昇竜拳
Street fighters have entered Summoner's War. Unleash a new world of adventure. Summoner's War.
昇竜拳
Event bonus. Get Ken for free. Street Fighters have entered Summoner's War. Unleash a new world of adventure. Summoner's War.
昇竜拳
Event bonus. Get Ken for free.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to SWC 2020. We are on the second week of the APAC preliminaries. We are moving on to Korea this time around. Last week was Japan. Whole new region this time around. Whole new set of meta and decks. Paper Thin and Peter coming at you again. And last week we saw some crazy stuff. The highlight for me is Falaria, but I'm a little biased there. I do have her, so I really like her. But regardless, it was a wild one. We saw some crazy innovative styles, various different forms of decks, even including the immunity, Katarina comp. So a lot of really fun stuff going on.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. When we saw Japan, we were expecting, certain meta picks to come in, but these players really surprised us with their own styles, own unique metas, and hopefully we're going to get to see more of that today from Korea, although we did talk about, Korea does like the Ganny Hathor kind of standard.
Yeah, it seems to be pretty consistent throughout the Korea region that there's a little more uniformity in how they play and a lot of overlap in their mons that they have available to them. I was pre-looking through a lot of their decks and watching some of the players on some replays and things, and they really, there is a lot of overlap that's going to happen today, so it's going to be really interesting to see how that all plays out. Now, this is the entire overview for SWC 2020. We started last week. We go until November. The total prize pool, $210,000 USD. It is a single tournament format. Here is the APAC overview. So in each region, first place gets 10,000, second place 5,000, third and fourth get 2,500. And we did Japan last week, and like I said, this week we're moving on to Korea.
Yeah, we have so many different regions coming up already, and I do feel like we've already watched so many matches in Japan, because usually matches tend to be the same meta, Ganny Hathor here and there, and when I watch things, I do tend to skip repetitive matches, but we had so much diversity coming in. As we see the Korean bracket of day one, we're going to have SKIT facing off against HWAN right off in the first match here.
Yeah, I mean, the #1 player in the world right now, SKIT. Everyone, eyes are on him to see what he can do. He hasn't really done super well in SWCs in the past, but maybe this is finally going to be his year. There's some other names in there you absolutely recognize if you're fans of SWC, LUCKYGOD being one of them, some other big names in here, and I think a few surprises along the way. I think there's one in there that I'm going to save the surprise for one of those. We talked about it earlier, and we'll get to it, but we'll focus on SKIT and HWAN to start out with. But, I mean, what can you say? He's SKIT. He's amazing. He's so far ahead of everyone else in the world right now, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the ladder coming in, right? We were looking at the replays to keep up with the meta, what are players doing these days and stuff, and we do see SKIT at rank 1. He's 300 points above the rank 2 right now, and I also know personally SKIT. I like that guy, and I know he's a great RTA player, so we're expecting some Hathor first pick, as you said. You were watching his strats.
Loves the Hathor. All right, just real quick, guys, we do want to mention SWC 2020 will be preceded in non-face-to-face online online competition due to COVID-19. So we are doing our best to hold a safe and fair competition with an online operating system suitable for each local condition, along with, of course, careful hygiene and control and identification procedures. So we're making sure that everything's safe. We're making sure that me and Peter, we come in here and we wear our masks and we use lots of hand sanitizer and we keep our distance when we're not hanging out. And don't worry, everything is safe, and all of our players, making sure they are safe too. So safety first priority here at SWC 2020. And thanks again, everyone, for tuning in. It's exciting to be back. I can't wait for these matches. I can't wait for SKIT, but we saw so many upsets last week, Peter, that I'm kind of nervous now.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about, we always pick these players that we've seen in the previous SWCs, names that we recognize, and it feels like everyone that's coming in, even the newer players to SWC, they have really strong strategies that takes these guys out.
Absolutely. I mean, the homework is really well done. And one of the disadvantages is if you're a really well-known SWC player, everybody's going to be watching your replays. Everybody's going to be posting them online and, checking you out and favoriting you and those kind of things. And this guy especially, he is an absolute animal right now. Loves to first pick Hathor. Chiwoo, been very popular for him. And he finally, after years and years, has a Dark Nat 5. He has Tian Lang.
Yeah, he's saying that he was the, one of the things that he's most proud of is being the highest ranked user without a 5-star Light and Dark monsters, but he did get one Tianlang that you talked about earlier, which is going to be coming in huge for him. And some of his favorite monsters in the top 3 is Hathor, Molly, Tianlang. You even talked about how he was picking that beta. So we have a lot of exciting things coming out of SKIT here, as we do see Mr. Hwan with the Ragdoll, Jaeger, Patter. There's so many things to list here. Viva Shell, Nephthys. This guy has it all.
Yeah, the light darks are nasty for Hwan. He is a really, really powerful player. He says he also likes Sekhmet these days. Finds that skill 3 to be very powerful, very useful, of course. If you can find the right situations for it, it can be very, very devastating. And yeah, he's got a lot of options to choose from. So, I mean, again, if I'm coming into this, I mean, I'm expecting Hwan to just ban out that Tian Lang, but we've seen SKIT have no problems. He said it himself. He has no problems when he doesn't have those LD Nat 5s.
Yeah, and he does also have Sekhmet as one of his most picked units that he listed. And Sekhmet is a unit that is very good at dealing with Hathor, which we know SKIT likes to do. So it's going to be very interesting to see him come up with strategies, not only around his diverse LD picks, but power picks like Sekhmet.
All right, we'll see exactly how this will play out. Game number 1 of the KR preliminaries for SWC 2020 APAC quarterfinals. Match 1, set 1, SKIT versus Hwan.
All right, here we go with the first pre-ban of today. Are we going to see a Tianlang pre-ban? It could even be a Hathor as we see it come out, and it is actually going to be a Ganymede. So Hwan showing that he is not scared of, Tianlang, and by banning the Ganymede, basically Hathor combo will not be as strong. So I do like that ban coming out.
Yeah, really, really smart ban here from him. It's going to be a Fran first pick from SKIT. He isn't actually going to go for the Hathor first pick, so throwing a real big curveball to everybody is SKIT. If you watch any of his games ever, he basically 100% of the time first picks Hathor. So Vivachel and Tyrannus coming in for Hwan on the counter pick.
Yeah, I think this might actually be a move from SKIT. He studied his opponent. He knows that Hwan is not going to be relying on the Hathor so much, which is why potentially he is not picking it at all so far. He is showing Sierra and Vigor, so he's got a lot of aggressive damage on his side as well as good sustain.
All right, we have the options. It is going to be Pater, one of the favorites for Hwan. He really, really likes these light dark Nat 5s. And what is going to be his second pickup along the way to follow up with Pater? We don't see any Hathors yet. It's going to be Artemil.
Yeah, Artemil is a good combo with Tyrannus. The defense buff complements him so well. His whole team right now is basically very aggressive supports, complemented by an Artemil who's going to be dealing massive revenge damage from all the crits that Sierra, Vigor, everyone's going to do. And SKIT responding with the Tianlang, so it does mean that Artemil's attack bar, each time he gains it, Tianlang's going to gain it himself. Meaning that this Tianlang is going to move a ton with another stripper through Chiwoo.
All right, final pick coming through for Hwan, really taking his time. Nephthys going to be the final pick. So a very strong light dark lineup here for the most part for HWAN with that Tyrannus mixed in there.
Given the lack of strippers on the side of HWAN, I do expect that Fran ban to come out so that Nephthys can perform. And SKIT identifying that his Fran was going to get banned, he basically says, no thank you to the Nephthys. It is too strong of a unit. And we have pretty interesting scenario here because Chiwoo's going to be grabbing the first turn. And hopefully he gets everything, which he does. And now the follow-up stun needs to happen.
All right. Will it come through? It's going to be Tian up first, like you mentioned. He's going to be getting a lot of turns, gets a defense break in. A stun does come through for Artemil. Now Vigor going to come in, do some serious damage onto Pater. The return damage not nearly as much from Artemil, and the bomb is planted for Sierra.
Yeah, I like that safe play coming out of SKIT. He just wanted to make sure that Vigor gets a skill 3 off on a already armor-broken target. And HWAN right now, he can't really do much, so he's just skilling 1 with Viva Shell. And Tyrannus is going to be able to bring the unit back up.
Yep, so we do have the Tyrannus coming through. There are some provokes being laid down. You're getting that Vigor buff up and running. Artemil trying to pick down that Tian lane just a little bit. Chiwoo's second skill is up. It doesn't remove the defense break, though.
Yeah, that really hurts right now. So Tianlang gonna try once again to strip the defense buff, but he does not land a single strip. So this is looking like an Artemil about to go berserk. If that violent proc happened on Patter there, that would have been devastating. However, Viva Shell gonna switch the attack bar and the HP of Vigor.
Yeah, that's a huge move for her. It does put her to sleep, but Vigor up right now. Is he going to go for that skill 1? He does. It's not really doing much immunity there. Stun big time, and that's going to be Vigor down and out here for SKIT. No way to bring him back. Trying to just do some damage with Sierra, trying to buy time until those immunities are down. Chiwoo only has his regular attack, so the skill 1 not really doing much. And Tianlang going to keep chipping down the Tyrannus.
Yeah, I mean, right now, HWAN is in such a good position. Now that Vigor is gone, all he's got to do is weaken the Sierra down, as we see no sustain on the side of SKIT. And these procs for Sierra are not doing him any good because Artemil is just going to say goodbye to Sierra, or attempt to. She doesn't die, but it doesn't matter really because one hit and she's a goner.
I guess you got to go for the skill 3 here for Chiwoo. I don't know. He's just going to go for the skill 1. Okay, on to Pater. I'm going to save it. He's going to get a stun in return now. And another stun here from Artemil on the Tianlang. Sierra is out of the game now, and you have 2 stunned up units for SKIT trying to find some way, somehow to come through. Heals and more immunity up for our boy HWAN, and SKIT's just going to tap out at that point. It was not much left he could do.
Yeah, I mean, the Artemil did so much there. He was able to stun so many units. I feel like he was stunning at least 70% of the time that he revenged, and him being able to take out that Vigor, he was able to fully swing the victory to his side because all that was left was take out the Sierra.
All right, good play here from HWAN. SKIT looking a little shaky, even with that Tianlang in his wheelhouse now. Didn't really seem to matter too much there.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like HWAN really had a good read on SKIT's draft there. He had the Tyrannus, he had all the sustains he needed to survive through all the damage that SKIT was putting through. And now we do see the Tianlang pre-ban come out as well as Patter.
All right, this time the Patter being a bit too much there. The immunity as well from Patter, very, very crazy. I mean, with Viva Shell, there's so much immunity going on there in that last round for HWAN, and he's going to first pick Ragdoll this time around.
Yep, so the Ragdoll being available, HWAN is definitely going to pick that up. However, he's going to have to deal with the Ganny Hathor combo, which is why he's thinking about the Jaeger. You know, he's really thinking about all his options as he brings in 2 units that are immune to CC whatsoever. SKIT going to respond with some sustain, and I believe Sierra's not going to be a popular choice here because it does nothing to Akrama.
Whoa, the Fire Ifrit coming through, wants to deal with those passives with the Oblivion is my assumption there. On SKIT's side, you don't get to see that every day. We did see an Isis in NA, which also has Oblivion, so that was kind of interesting last week. And there is that Falaria, finally opening the door. The Japanese player showed us what she's capable of. Fran going to be the final pick there.
Yeah, the Fran is a good form of immunity against the Tessarian and Vigor. So now, Hathor is the only strip on the side of SKIT, so HWAN definitely going to keep his eye on that fact, as SKIT just has a really, really high damage bruiser type of team comp right now, and HWAN pretty much has the same thing. The only difference is SKIT has a Ganny Hathor.
All right, we'll see if that is going to make the difference here as we get ready for game number 2 between SKIT and HWAN. And it is going to be a really interesting one. There's a lot of really fascinating kind of
Yeah,
counterbalances going on here.
absolutely. As we see Hathor getting the first turn, not getting that strip is going to be huge, however, because that does make the Ganny useless right now. You never want to have a Ganny that just sits there on turn 1, and now HWAN just going to try to get maximum efficiency out of this. He's going for the skill 2 on the Hathor, and it lands. That is absolutely crucial, and now he's going to try to lay out the damage on either Tessarian or Leica, because those are some scary threats right now. As we see the crits coming out, Leica hanging on with a sliver of health.
All right, coming through with the triple crush,
Oh,
and
no.
there we go. Now we've got
Justice!
big time going down. Big time Justice strike, and now we're over to the Seal Magic. Gonna throw that down onto Filaria. You want to keep that skill 2 at bay. And here we go. We're gonna reset. We're gonna get the return attack. Gets rid of that shield. Now we're gonna get just the Hathor skill 1, and we are back over to our Ifrit.
Yeah, Tessarian has been doing so much this game right now. He's been landing all his armor breaks, which we did see this incredibly high damage build Leica make the maximum usage out of. So HWAN really gonna try to have to sustain this ragdoll right now, as he does manage to take down the Leica. Very, very big, because that is the biggest damage on SKIT's side. However, the armor break is still there, meaning Tessarian with the crit is gonna take him out.
Big time crit from Tessarian, takes down Ragdoll. So both of the Dragon Knights out here for HWAN. Things looking good for SKIT. There is the silence onto Tessarian, but Filaria very much asleep here, so you have some options. Just the skill 1 going to be all you can really do with the Ganymede right now. Don't really have a good target for the Ventilate, and you're just poking down the shield here onto a Chroma.
This is where the problem comes, because Tessarian cannot Oblivion Akroma, and there's a lot of sustain coming out of Filaria right here. So potentially, SKIT might not have enough damage to take down this Akroma. He is landing the crits, but she is very tanky.
Yeah, she's really, really, really difficult to deal with. And it is going to be Ganymede, going to ventilate Hathor.
Wow,
and
the sustain.
It's just nuts. I mean, those shields just coming up like that is just so hard to deal with. I mean, you could try to do as much as you want, but it's going to keep coming at you. And we're just keep poking down at this Akroma, hoping that we can break through.
Yeah, Tessarian, he definitely needs some procs on the side of SKIT, because he needs to do as much damage as possible with the Tessarian before he goes down. However, it does seem that this Tessarian just survived long enough that he's gonna do enough damage to Akroma to potentially take her down.
All right, let's find out if he can get it done here. Going for it. Oh, over to Filaria now. Gonna maybe think about trying to take this down. That passive on Filaria is very difficult to deal with. A lot of sustain there as well. Ventilating the Hathor. Coming up next is the Delayed Promise, and we do get the sleep onto Filaria.
Oh, the counter, extra damage, but however, Akroma also responds with extra damage with the proc of her own. Ganymede right now, just gonna go ahead and skill 3 the Akroma for damage. SKIT is really desperately trying to take her out. Will this crit be enough? It is gonna live with 1 HP.
No, she just barely survives. Now Tessarian is down. You're going to try to finish it. You do get it onto Akroma. It is just Filaria left. She is asleep. She is defense broken.
Oh, she can transfer it. She's going to transfer the debuffs, and it gets resisted.
Oof.
She really needed that armor break.
Did not get it, and now it is looking not good for HWAN. He was able to hold on for quite some time, but there's still hope here to get the glancing on there. Not really going to matter too much here, as they're just going to poke each other a bit down with their skill ones. This one could take a little while.
All right, boys, let's get real here. HWAN, he's just going to go ahead and press the auto button right now and pretty much just rely on the Filaria to sustain herself throughout the match. No more Oblivion means no more blocking that heal, and it seems like Hathor is not doing enough damage to take her down. However, the skill 3 out of Ganymede, that is one of the hardest hitting skills that SKIT has available, and we did see it do a good amount of damage to her. As we see SKIT just cycling through the skills, but that proc on Filaria gonna heal her back to pretty much full.
Yeah, the Hathor combo just a bit too much to deal with in some ways, but there is still so much sustain on Filaria. She keeps going. She's gonna get those shields up all the time with her passive. She's so difficult to break through. I mean, you can see there, the skill 1's just not doing much here. Now you're gonna get the Delayed Promise. You do get the sleep down, but it is going to be a long time. You're going to ventilate that Hathor again as those skills are ready to go, and you're going to get the sleep. But still, it is really, really difficult here. It is still a lot of health on that Filaria.
Yeah, I mean, this is right now a game of brain on the side of SKIT. He's trying his best to time all of his Hathor skills at the ideal moments to get the best usage out of them, while Filaria she's not doing enough damage, right? She's gonna take a couple more hits to take anything down here. Could this even be a draw we're kind of trying to see?
Yeah, that's right. You don't see it every day. That can definitely happen. And for now, you know, you're still trying to keep that Hathor going as much as possible, of course, and you know the sleep does come through, but it's not going to last long because you're just going to
skill 3.
Yep, there it is, and you're just sealing the magic away and keep continuing to poke down. And I think there's just enough health here on Skit's side that he's going to be able to outlast this.
Yeah, right now the damage coming out of the Ganny Hathor is starting to stack up because that attack power is going up as the time passes. Ganny, I believe if he gets a proc, it could be really devastating. However, he ventilates the Hathor anyway, so the attack bar is most likely going to go down to Filaria. It does not. This is really tough to watch, man.
Oh, man, this is just... It's just like watching paint dry a bit because it's taking so long here as these are both, you know, characters that aren't doing a lot of damage. That's some good damage out of Ganymede, and that's going to get it done here. Skit takes game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Skit. He played things really nicely with the Ganny Hathor. He knew when to save the Ganny skill 3 and when to use it, and I feel like that ultimately allowed him to have such a total control over that match, which resulted in this victory.
Really impressive comeback from Skit in that second game. So it comes down to a decisive game number 3 with HWAN and Skit. I'm really curious. We've seen this a lot here in SWC so far this year where the picks and bans, or excuse me, the pre-bans are about the same every time from game 1 to game 3. Do you think that's going to be the case?
I do think that it could be what we're seeing here because we did see that Ganny Hathor coming out of Skit, and when you let them have it, HWAN didn't have a really good experience with it just now. So obviously, this guy is saying, hey, I don't want to deal with Ganymede right now. And Skit, I don't believe he banned Artemil in game 1 because he did get destructed by it. Yeah, so we see a different strategy coming out of Skit. He is saying, I got my Tessarian, I got the damage, I can deal with Ragdoll.
Exactly. He has found a way, he feels like, to deal with Ragdoll. Now, is this going to be first pick Fran or Hathor this time? I mean, again, the Ganny is banned, so he went with Fran last time and did end up getting the post-ban was Fran for that first pick. It is going to be Hathor this time from Skit.
Yep, the Hathor first pick that we talked about earlier. Very comfortable pick for Skit right now. He can go many different directions with that pick, as HWAN just going to have to respond with also standard picks that he can just build up on throughout the draft. It's going to be Ragdoll Pattern versus the Tianlang Chiwu again that we saw on round 1. The double stripper combo for Skit right now.
Absolutely, and it's going to be Jaeger, so the double Dragon Knights. Vigor, once again for Skit that did get banned, post-banned last time. Will that be the case here again? And Skit thinking about what he wants to last pick on his team.
Okay.
Oh, Wind Monkey King.
Yeah, there's the Wind Monkey King. He is thinking about it, and he might change to Savannah, which he does. I do like Savannah better because it does provide him with an extra way to deal with the immunity because Savannah has the strip on skill 2. And now HWAN, he is looking at the Vigor that you mentioned he doesn't like. However, many players don't like to play against Savannah either. As we see, once again, the same bands coming out. He is saying, I can deal with the Savannah. I'm going to get attack bar through Ragdoll anyways. I really just don't like Vigor.
Absolutely, and Vigor is so strong right now. I mean, the buffs, the defense breaks. He's a really great unit. You're going to try to strip. You get 2 of those Will Rune immunities off of the 2 Dragon Knights.
Right now, Skit, he's not in a very good spot here. He's just going to go ahead and use the skill 3 to get the armor breaks to land as he prays on the Panda to strip, but it does not strip yet again here. Now Hathor in for a bad time. You really wanted to strip the Fran, so he's going to go ahead and get it with the skill 2.
Yeah, the Filaria proc does come through to give it the shield at least. At least kind of make things a little nicer. No proc there from the Chiwu skill 1. Resistance is coming through. Return hit does a little bit of continuous damage from Jaeger. Nothing massive. Here comes the delayed promise. All immunity gone. What are our sleeps going to be? We get 3. We miss the Jaeger.
Yeah, so the Jaeger right now, he's the only unit that can't get CC'd, so he's gonna be the target for Skit here as a Justice comes out on the armor broken target. That is gonna kill, but we do see the return.
Oh, almost. Only half damage there with the spear throw, the skill 2 from the passive proc Savannah. Now we're trying to do something, but even Tianlang not really doing much damage using the North Star from Chiwu. We're trying to get this Jaeger down, but now you've got a problem because the Fairy Blessing is up.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty over for Skit right now. That was his chance, his golden opportunity to take out the Jaeger with the Savannah in human form, but it missed a crit, and now Jaeger, look at him go. He is just back to full HP. There's nothing that SKIT can do at this point. Even if Hathor procs a bazillion times, HWAN is just going to out-damage and out-sustain.
And there's all this cleanse and even the transfer from Filaria, so all these negative status effects aren't doing much. It is going to be HWAN who takes game number 2 and the match. A big win and upset over SKIT.
Yeah. I mean, we were hyping SKIT up earlier because we see his record and we see how great of a player he is, but as we talked about as well, we have so many upsets this year in SWC, right?
Well, there goes one of my picks for the event. SKIT, well, he still has a chance. We still have the losers bracket, so there's still a chance for SKIT, but to see him go down in the very first, the quarterfinals of the preliminaries, it is a little bit heartbreaking. This guy who is playing so well, but you know, HWAN able to do it in games number 1 and 2, really just out drafting him.
Yeah, I mean, HWAN definitely had a lot of options as far as monsters go. It felt like whatever SKIT pre-banned, there were so many other options that SKIT usually wants to pre-ban as well. So HWAN's monster diversity really paying off huge there, I must say.
Yeah, it's amazing the different amounts, especially in the light-dark area. He seems to be really stacked in those situations. I mean, and now everybody saw Filaria last week, and here HWAN showing us once again why she's a really popular pick. That passive so strong in her, that skill 2 so useful, and it's even better than a cleanse because you can send those bad things back to the other team. And HWAN takes it in a 2-1 upset over SKIT. Now, if you're a SKIT fan again, don't worry, guys. He can come back tomorrow even. It's tomorrow. We have the losers bracket round will come on tomorrow, so there's still a chance, but he's going to have to run the gauntlet. He's going to have to win all the way through to make it into the APAC regionals. So it's going to be tough, but if anybody in the world can do it, it's got to be this guy.
Yeah, I mean, we saw UT last week, right? He did have to play all the way from the beginning, just like SKIT, but he stomped his way 2-0 all the way up, and then he fell. But it is possible. You can go all the way up. You just got to be somehow better than all of your opponents.
Yeah, he ran into Tanaka Tsubasa there, and, you know, Tanaka Tsubasa had the benefit of being already way ahead in the losers bracket because he lost in the winners finals to Shiki, so he got to watch everything that UT Play was doing, kind of was able to take some time to build up some strategies against him, you know, and that's going to be interesting to see coming into the regionals how these players all adapt to each other. This has been a really fun first match so far, a really exciting back and forth. That even though that match is a little slow, that Gani Hathor match is actually quite fun because of how close it comes down to it. And guys, we are going to be taking a break here very soon. SWC continues. Next up, LUCKYGOD versus SECONDBABY, and that's going to be a really interesting match. We have some interesting stats about that one. I can't wait for it. Of course, LUCKYGOD, you guys know him. He is nuts. SWC 2020, so far, so good. We'll be back soon. We'll be back after this break.
Street fighters have entered Summoner's War. Unleash a new world of adventure. Summoner's War.
昇竜拳
Event bonus. Get Ken for free. Street fighters have entered Summoner's War. Unleash a new world of adventure. Summoner's War.
昇竜拳
Even bonus. Get Ken for free.
SWC continues 2020. The Korea preliminaries underway as we had SKIT falling to HWAN in our first match of the day. Next up is going to be LUCKYGOD versus SECONDBABY. And if you're hearing the name Baby, that might ring some bells if you're familiar with the Korea region.
Yeah, but first we're going to have LUCKYGOD coming up, so let's give this guy his spotlight as well. I am looking at his playstyle, and just as you can see in his most picked monsters, he says that he prefers CC strategy based on Dark Oracle, the Gianna, which of course I believe is going to be pre-banned against him because Gianna is such a powerful dominant unit that players usually do not like to fight, as we see Mr. SECONDBABY coming out, and you can go ahead and explain his claim to fame.
So this is for Baby's son. This is one of the most popular players in the SWC history. This is his son. His 16-year-old son is going to be coming through with his first performance here in SWC, and he is another Gianna fan. He has some other very, very powerful units in there, as you can see. Savannah, he said, was also one of his favorites. Ragdoll, of course, if you have him, he is going to be one of your favorites for sure. So really interesting to see what exactly SECONDBABY is going to bring to us in his very first international competition appearance.
Yeah, he says his dad introduced him to the game, as you said, and he just got interested since then. And he says his playstyle is going speedy. He wants to get the first turn by his own words. So we're going to be seeing two Gianna users face off, trying to get that first turn or trying to CC each other. So I believe these games are going to be a bit more fast-paced than we saw before.
Absolutely. This one should be really, really fascinating because there's a lot of crossover between especially their Dark Nat 5s that they have. Both of them have Gianna. Both of them have Ragdoll. So it's going to be really fascinating to watch exactly how the pre-ban and then during the game the picks and bans go, because there's a lot of crossover in what they like to do. Now some of the differences, we'll see exactly what fall behind that, as it is match number 2 of the day, LUCKYGOD versus SECONDBABY.
Yep, and we see LUCKYGOD getting that first pick, so to say. So it's going to be really interesting to see whether SECONDBABY, he's going to ban Gianna or not, because especially given that he wants to go first, Gianna is not a unit that you would like your opponents getting. And LUCKYGOD potentially realizing that Gianna's going to get pre-banned, so he's probably not going to go for that. He'll ban something else.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it could be the thing where we see both of these players just pre-ban Gianna both times all the way through, but it's not this time. I think you read that very well. It is going to be Ragdoll as the pre-ban for LUCKYGOD, and then Gianna, since he can't go first, going to be banning her.
Yeah, so right now LUCKYGOD, he does have Hathor available as a first pick, because that is one of his main powerhouse picks, and I do believe he might go with that unless he has something crazy up his sleeve. Maybe he wants to take a unit away from SECONDBABY instead.
We did see that Ileana was in there as one of his favorites, so immunity type style, who knows, maybe he's going to go out. He's going to go for Ganny first, actually, this go around, and it is up to SECONDBABY. He's going to go for Hathor, make sure he takes that away, and then Chiwoo going to be the follow-up.
Yeah, so we see SECONDBABY sticking true to his words. He's going with a rather speedy comp with the Chiwoo, because when you go with the Chiwoo, he becomes weak throughout the game. So you really want to get the full power out of his first turn strip, as we see the Sierra response and Velajewel. All
right, the Velajewel in. Next up, where is our response going to be for second baby. Speed leader already out there. You could maybe think about something else there. We'll see. It's going to be Molly. Super popular in the meta right now, of course. She is so sustained. I mean, she's so good. The cleanse as well coming out from her. Although she is only 1 in 3 so far in these APAC regionals. And then the Fire Monkey King.
All right, I really personally don't like the draft coming out second baby here because his team is very mixed. We talked about Chiwoo. This has been a unit that has lost SKIT games earlier because he couldn't get enough done with it, and now he's mixing in sustain, bruisers, so his team is really not making too much sense right now. LUCKYGOD, however, does bring in the Thessarian, a way to deal with those annoying passives, as well as Philaria potentially again, very popular.
Yeah, extremely popular. She's so versatile right now in so many ways, and especially I think getting those debuffs moved over to the other side is so interesting and really adds a really complex layer to the game. Last pick coming up for second baby. Has a few more seconds to think about this, and it's going to be a little bit challenging for him. You said he's kind of all over the place.
Yeah, he's really got a think hard on the last pick because it's going to severely swing the draft in a direction as we see Vigor coming out. Now that is a pick that I really like to see, strong throughout all the phases of the game. There's the Thessarian there as well. Having the water attribute advantage is going to really help out. So Sierra right now, there's not really a way to deal with Sierra on the side of second baby, so that could be a unit that he's scared of, or even Thessarian because he doesn't want his passives to go down. There are so many things he can do right now.
All right, bans about to be locked in. It is going to be Velajul and Vigor being banned out here. Don't want that immunity around.
Man.
You sound a little bit sad about this one here, Peter.
Yeah, I don't know about that Velajul ban. I really feel like that ban was not what second baby really wanted here, because he does have Chiwoo and Hathor, and if he picked those, he might as well have relied on them. But whatever the case, we see the Ganymede getting the first turn with the speed leader. It could be a swift Ganymede for all I know, but it is very fast. Hathor gonna follow up. He's gonna have to skill 2, potentially Philaria or Sierra, and it's gonna be Sierra. Okay.
Sierra, yep, and there's the sleep, and then of course procs the shields from Philaria. Philaria's turn. I guess you could try to move the sleep over. She's going to, and she gets it on to Hathor.
I mean, I get Sierra as a unit that you don't want to get having turns, but if you saw the attack bar, Philaria moves before Thessarian, so a misplay coming out of second baby there. As we see Sierra, she's going to be able to lay out the bomb. Molly did save the cleanse, however, so Molly's going to be able to cleanse that. And Thessarian, what can you do? The armor break last game was so huge. Are you going to land both debuffs again through Molly's glancing? Okay, he does skill 1. Oblivion lands.
Yeah, he get that silence in there. We're going to ventilate the Ciara, try and get another bomb going. No immunity out here, so plenty of targets, and you're just going to go for the Meiho Wong.
Yeah, it misses. That's pretty big right now because LUCKYGOD really wanted that damage to come through so that he can take out the Monkey King, as that is the only armor breaker on the side of second baby. As a huge sleep comes out, Philaria's skill 2 is down, so this is really nice for second baby right now as we see the armor break land into a violent proc from Hathor. AoE team sleep.
All right, here we go, and it is going to come down, gets everybody but Philaria, so a lot of people asleep. What is the option going to be now for Molly? Just going to start poking down the non-sleeping monster and get that resistance in, and then some damage done from the bomb. Finally goes off onto Meiho Wong. Counterattack coming onto Philaria.
Yeah, we can see based on that bomb that had the bomb from Sierra landed earlier, that would have been a dead Fire Monkey, meaning no armor break and any of that whatsoever. However, we do see him trying to kill the Ganny that he armor broke, but it's just too tanky with the Philaria healing.
Yeah, it's really difficult to get through this right now for second baby. Nothing much going on. The skill 2 gonna get that armor break again, so we're back up to 2 turns for it.
Yeah, this Philaria being on high resist does not get debuffed. However, Thessarian with the violent proc is going for the armor break. The Oblivion does not land. Molly right now has to somehow save this monkey.
Okay, here we go. Can Molly get to it? But it's going to be Philaria up first. Just glancing in there at the monkey. The monkey does get cleansed and healed, so he's back up and going. The AoE coming from Chiwoo. Not a whole lot going on.
He needs a proc there. Oh, okay. He didn't get a proc. Getting a proc there with the skill 3 would have just completely shifted the match in his favor. However, Philaria has the armor break. He's going to pass it on to Chiwoo given the attack bars on the side of second baby. The attack break sticks. that makes the bombs do a lot less damage as Fire Monkey with the proc. Another armor break.
All right, here we go. We're going to start whittling down Ganymede. He is very, very hurt right now, but CHWAN gone with a big critical from Tessarian.
Tessarian, my man. This guy dishes out the armor breaks, the debuffs, the damage. He is absolutely popping off. As we see the bomb coming out of Sierra, it is an attack broken bomb, so that is not going to kill him. However, the ventilate with another bomb could be too much to deal with.
Oh, he's going over to Tessarian with that. In fact, it looked like that's who that went down on, trying to get the stun on Ganymede, not really landing. Now we're just continuing to go on, and now we get to cleanse the monkey.
Yeah, that proc was really good out of Molly. However, Tessarian is going to say bye to the Monkey King. This unit is doing so much.
Yeah, and that's just going to force SECONDBABY to tap out. That Tessarian, an absolute madman, taking down 2 Mons onto SECONDBABY by himself almost.
Yeah, so to break down that match a little, as we talked about in draft, he did go for the CHWAN Hathor first pick. I feel like his draft was too weak, right? Because he went for the Fire Monkey and Molly all of a sudden. As we were talking about, had he gone for a comp that actually could have utilized CHWAN going first, we would have seen a different outcome. We would have seen Hathor sleep into devastation. However, LUCKYGOD held on because he had the better draft.
Yeah, it just was a really, really nice setup there for LUCKYGOD. Game number 2 coming right at you. The ban's going to be Gianna once again, but this time it's going to be LUCKYGOD who's banning it. And then Ganymede, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not colorblind, that was Ganymede there for SECONDBABY.
It's hard to see on these screens, right? We're looking at these minuscule screens right now. However, we do see the Hathor being first picked. So this right now means that LUCKYGOD, he doesn't have Gany Hathor available, and we know that these two players rely heavily around these picks, so we're going to be seeing Sierra coming out. Gianna is down, so LUCKYGOD is going to have to maybe go for Yun Hong. You know, he's got a lot of LDs too.
All right, we'll see what he wants to go for. There is, yeah, exactly. There are a lot of ragdolls available as well here. It's going to be Velajul for LUCKYGOD. SECONDBABY's follow-up, and his name always gets me a little bit because he's got the Korean beat, which is light. So he's one of the, you know, a little bit different for SECONDBABY here. But CHWAN, again, really liking that CHWAN Hathor combo. How is he going to follow it up? Okay, wait, he's changing his mind. There you go. The ragdoll is out. Who is going to be the second pick and the lock-in for SECONDBABY? Molly again.
Yeah, I like this Molly pick a lot better here. It actually makes sense into his team comp this time. CHWAN not being there is going to allow him to really diversify his team comp with the last 2 picks. Things are looking good for SECONDBABY. However, LUCKYGOD, Tessarian was such a huge unit last game. This monster just absolutely annihilated Molly, so he's going to go ahead and think about potentially picking that up. There is no sustain on his side, which is why he puts in a Filaria.
All right. Really likes Filaria. I don't blame him. There is so much useful things going on with her. That passive's so cool. And then we have Tyrannus potentially. He's thinking about it. He hasn't locked it in just yet. Now the second one he's looking towards what is going to be SECONDBABY's final pick coming in here for the second game.
I mean, it's got to be some type of like a bruiser perhaps, but no, he's going to stick with Ragdoll and Tyrannus as his own damage dealers. As we see the segment coming out of LUCKYGOD, this is an absolute power pick into Tyrannus. It deals with that unit super, super well. And also, there's the Ileana that you talked about earlier. She's got so much buffs, meaning if that pick goes through, she's going to be cycling through those skill 3s.
All right, we'll see exactly what the post bans are going to be here for our 2 players. They have a little bit of time to think about it coming up here, and it's going to be really interesting. There's a lot of counter picks going on, and it is going to be Sekhmet and Ileana being removed from there. And, you know, Sekhmet, like you mentioned, really, really challenging to deal with, especially for Tyrannus.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that Sekhmet ban there. And LUCKYGOD, I need to give him props. That was really smart of him on the Ileana ban because he knew the Sekhmet is getting banned anyways. So now his team doesn't have a stripper, you know, a consistent one other than Velajul, but it doesn't matter because he made a really good ban.
All right, and it is going to be first up Filaria. Nothing really going on.
He's going to try to go for
Sweet
the lock.
Dreams gets the strip.
Yeah, he gets the strip, but he didn't get the sleep. He wanted that, or maybe a proc. Whatever the case right now, immunity is going on the side of LUCKYGOD. Things are looking good for him. I would say he could even save the bomb right now. I don't think the bomb needs to come through, but he does go for it, and that means no more shield for Sierra.
Yeah, big resistance there on to the Hathor. Nothing really going there. Now we have the Tsarian so far, been the hero of a couple different matches so far today. Gets a little bit of damage, but no problem for Molly. She just comes right back up, gets that proc, not really doing much with that either.
Yeah, he's just trying to spread the strips right now so that Hathor can get the skill 3 off. As we see Tarnus with the big damage coming out. This Sierra is actually not very tanky. It is rather on the squishy side. These shields are going to have to really help Sierra survive through all the damage coming out. As we see Sierra, now she is bombless, and Hathor just going to go ahead and save the skill 3.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still a lot of immunity out there. The punishment doing a little bit of damage to Tyrannus. And now it is Molly's turn. Once again, going to go for that strip, not coming through with that skill 1. Back over to Tsarian. You can see him. He really likes to melt stuff. Going to get that armor break and the silence onto Tyrannus.
That was really, really dangerous for Second Baby there, because if Tsarian proc, that could have been a dead Tyrannus. As we see Sierra coming through with the proc. This bomb, however, is going to be a lot weaker given the attack break, and if he detonates it as a crit rate Sierra, it's going to give massive attack bar over to Second Baby as he thinks about what he wants to do, and he chooses not to.
All right, still again, the skill 3 not really ready, but we do have skill 2 with that proc.
Go for it, the luck! Okay, he went for the Filaria, a bit of a safer play. I do agree with that because there was a 2-turn immunity. He wants to get rid of that. And now Filaria, she's just going to go ahead and skill 1 here. No point in passing back the attack break as we see the huge cleanse out of Molly.
Yeah, that cleanse so powerful for Molly, and Tyrannus basically back to 100% with some defense buff on him as well. And the bomb going to come through. Of course, there's no immunity. Just going to blow it right up. Gets the stun, but it doesn't really do much.
The shield absorbed the brunt damage of that bomb, and it just made it do nothing whatsoever. Man, feels bad for LUCKYGOD. There's not much he can do at this point. Sure, he can try to spread the Oblivion around, but his Sierra is almost down. All it takes is 1 skill 2 out of Tarnus, and Tsarian being down for him would mean GG.
Absolutely, it would not be good. We'll see if we can get that to come through. Filaria out.
Yeah.
Or no, excuse me, not Filaria. Sierra, sorry, my bad. Sierra out. Looked like Filaria from that angle there. It is going to be Sierra down, and then the shields coming through. Continuous damage landing onto Tsarian. Not really much of a big deal there. You do get the sleep, though, onto him now from the Hathor. And now do we swap it over with that skill 2? Indeed, we're going for Molly.
Yeah, right now Tsarian, he needs to do some big procs to come in, but this Tsarian is not procking after the armor break. He really wanted that, as we see Tyrannus with the violent proc, just gonna go ahead and get rid of that armor break, which is so crucial, because VeloJuwel really wanted to kill him there. That was an insanely lucky proc.
It really was. All right, now it is a couple things going on. Sanctuary coming up, the immunity up here from VeloJuwel onto this team. So now you got to buy some time, get a few maybe lucky strips as well for Second Baby. But yeah, the cleanse and the heals just keep this Tyrannus going and going and going. The Energizer Bunny for Second Baby there.
Yeah, the proc from Tarnus there really took away what hope was left for LUCKYGOD, because that was his chance to actually take down the Tarnus and then work on the Ragdoll next. I feel like he had a very viable chance there. However, luck is not on his side, it seems, this time around.
Okay, it doesn't seem like it's going that way. There's nothing really much doing right now. Just a couple skill 1s back and forth. We do have an opening for the Sweet Dreams. It does get the strip and the sleep onto Filaria. Is she going to go for that skill 3? It is the delayed promise coming down.
Yeah, there's no way for LUCKYGOD at this point. We could hope and pray on the Filaria sustain with the VeloJuwel immunity. However, Second Baby with the clever play there. He knows he needs to take out the Tsarian before it's too late. He goes for the crit, and he wins.
All right, a nice comeback here. A win for Second Baby. He was really, he said in his pre-game kind of comments when they interviewed him, he said he just wants to win at least 1 game here, and he's won a game. He wants to win a match, too, somewhere in the preliminaries, but he's taken a game off of LUCKYGOD. So our 16-year-old rookie coming through with a big performance in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, right, he hasn't had much experience on these tournaments, and that there's nerves that gets to you. However, he managed it really well that round, coming back with the 1-1. As we see, Gianna completely pre-banned throughout the whole game. They don't want to deal with any of that.
Yeah, and Ragdoll once again coming out. So same pre-bans we had in the first game. Hathor first picked right over to Ganymede, immediately coming down for Second Baby. Definitely don't want to allow anybody to have that Ganymede Hathor combo. We've seen it over and over again. Velodual, second pick this time, thinking about it, is SECONDBABY.
Yeah, Ganny Velodual to deal with the Hathor perhaps. However, he does take out the Velodual because if he does go with that, then he would need to stick to like a more bruiserish type of lineup around the Velodual or something. So I really like that switch up into the Chiwu. It gives him a lot more option, I feel, than what Ganny and Velodual would have given him. LUCKYGOD sticking with that Sierra as usual. Gianna players usually always like the Oracles, man. They just can't have enough of the bombs.
Yeah, it's just comfortable, and there's nothing wrong with it. Sierra's nuts. Those bombs are nuts. Definitely don't want them around. Is this going to be what he picked last time? He picked Velodual, but no, he's going to go for Savannah this time around to follow up the Sierra.
Yeah, Velodual actually seeming like a very strong pick right now into this triple win. However, picking that with the comp that he has right now would be a bit risky because he would need to come up with something very clever to round out the comp altogether because he's not going to get as much usage out of Chiwu, right? This is just like round 1 that we saw. So this 4th pick is really going to matter for him here. If it's a ragdoll or something like that, it's not going to go well for SECONDBABY, trust me.
It's going to be Rika. There's no immunity yet for LUCKYGOD, so kind of forcing the hand of LUCKYGOD. We see it most of the time, not all the time, that it becomes difficult. He thought about Daphnis there. Vigor already down as well. LUCKYGOD rethinking that Daphnis pick. What is going to be this final one that he's going to lock in?
I mean, right now, LUCKYGOD, he sees that his triple win has been countered by triple fire, so he kind of wanted to stack on the water heavy. He was thinking about it, but he says, you know what? Philaria is a really nice unit. She keeps my team up and healthy. Also a way to deal with Rika's skill 3, right? So he's going to go ahead and lock that in. As we see SECONDBABY, I love your draft this game. He's going with an extra AoE devastation type of unit. We see the Belinus coming out. That's going to be really well complemented by the Chiwu Ganny combo. And if LUCKYGOD gets outsped here, things could get disastrous.
Yeah, the third, these druids all over the place now. The bans, what are we thinking now?
Maybe Chiwu.
For LUCKYGOD, you think Chiwu?
Yeah, I mean, Chiwu is the only speed leader, and it is the only stripper. However, Rika and Belinus, man, they're always extremely, extremely scary units. As we see Belinus going out, meaning there will be no more armor breaks on the side of SECONDBABY.
And no Philaria, recognizing the major threat to Rika's abilities to let her CC chains happen. It is going to be Philaria being banned out for LUCKYGOD, leaders being picked, and we are moving over to the final game. Once again, we're getting another very exciting Game 3 between two very strong players.
Yep, so they both have their own choices of speed leader coming in here. As we see Chiwu getting that first turn, this strip with the attack bar reduction is going to land on everything. Now Ganymede going to follow up with the reset with the AoE attack bar reduction. He did miss on Hathor, however, but it does not matter as we see Rika, Guardian Angel, gets one stun, bunch of dots, and immunity on the board.
Yeah, slows all over the place, looking really, really nice right now for SECONDBABY. Gonna ventilate the Rika even to make things worse. She's going for that skill 3 again. Coming down big with the stuns.
You love to see it if you're on the side of SECONDBABY. You're just basically TOAing your opponent right now. These dots are just ticking them down. Each time they move, it hurts so bad. And there's no cleanse even.
This looks like you're fighting the Giants basement right now.
TOA
for sure right now. Bomb on top of Ganymede. We're going to go ahead and set off the promised time. It does get the stun, but that's going to be Sierra down because of the dots.
Yeah, this is so devastating to watch. There's no chance for LUCKYGOD to come back at this point because those dots look so grim for him as we see Rika just flexing right now, her teddy bear.
It hurts so bad. That teddy bear is brutal. SECONDBABY in his first appearance in an SWC event defeats LUCKYGOD. Yet another, I would say, upset coming through here.
Yeah, someone go sign SECONDBABY a contract right now because I see a promising future in this man. Only 16-year-old. He's coming into a tourney for, perhaps one of the first times that he's ever participating, especially in something of this level. And that draft, I gotta say, was outstanding.
Yeah, he really adjusted well. They both tried to make some adjustments from that first game where Second Baby lost. And then in that last one, you said it. He came through with a much better, formula this time around for Second Baby.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you see the CHWAN coming in, you always gotta have units that make sense with it, Not pick units that are just reacting to your opponent's new picks. You have to have a plan in mind when you're picking CHWAN. That's the risk that comes with it, as well as the, when he works out, how devastating it is, right? As we saw with the Rika. And, man, just perfect team comp by him, I must say.
Yeah, really, really smart stuff. I mean, CHWAN, so popular in the meta because of all the things he can do. Those strips are crazy. The AoE, the attack bar decrease as well with that skill 3. And I mean, if you go first with it, then you open the door for that second character. In this case, it's Rika.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what we saw happen, right? So we saw Ganymede usually not going to be ruined faster than Hathor's. However, once the CHWAN reduced the attack bar, hey, look, now Gany can take a turn. I'm going to reduce everyone's attack bar. Now all of a sudden, Rika and Veligil can take a turn. It's a fantastic combo.
Yeah, absolutely. The Wombo combo coming down here for our winner, Second Baby. Once again, his very first match in an SWC competition, coming through with a victory. Going to move on to face HWAN up next, coming up a little bit later, but we have 2 more quarterfinals to go before we move on to the semifinals, and then we have the finals coming up. And yes, of course, there are codes coming, guys. Stick tuned. We got plenty of those available. Don't you worry. We got 2 big codes coming up today, so I know that's what that's what you really want, and I do too. I'm not gonna lie. That's what I'm here for as well. Right after, as soon as we get those codes, the first thing I do at break is go put them in to my phone. So
I mean, I don't know about you, Paper Thin. I'm here for Peter and Paper Thin, but if code's your thing, okay. No shame in that.
I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm here for the codes. So so that was a really great match. Congratulations to Second Baby coming through with a win over LUCKYGOD. Again, if you're a LUCKYGOD fan, you still have a chance. We're going to be back. We're going to be a short break, and we'll be back soon.
Street fighters have entered Summoner's War. Unleash a new world of adventure. Summoner's War.
昇竜拳
Event bonus. Get Ken for free.
Hello, Summoner.
Hi, Summoners.
Street fighters have entered Summoner's War. Unleash a new world of adventure. Summoner's War.
昇竜拳
Event bonus. Get Ken for free.
We are back with Summoner's War Championship World Arena 2020 Korea preliminaries here. It is Paper Thin and Peter once again as we are through our first two matches of the day. It was HWAN over SKIT and then SECONDBABY over LUCKYGOD. So some crazy stuff coming through. Speaking of crazy things, we got CRAZYMON up next.
Yeah, we have CRAZYMON, and this is his first entry in the tournament, and he is saying that he's always respected BT's playstyle, his calmness, and creation of a new meta as we see his player profile. So potentially he could be coming in with the meta of his own, as we see that he likes to pick Gianna, Ragdoll, pretty standard stuff.
Yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary that we're seeing on our screen there from him. JUJU as well really likes Artemil, of course. If you have him, you really like him. He is a very, very powerful monster. And then Vigor as well, being something, you don't see it on the screen, but he mentioned it in his pre-show questionnaire that he does really prefer Vigor.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at his comp, it's basically, hey, I'm going to Ganyu Hathor control you non-stop, and if you want to ban one of those, you're going to have to deal with an Artemil with a defense buff from the Tarnus. That's like his major strategy, I guess, we're looking at here, and it does work because even if Hathor gets banned out, Ganyu is still a really powerful monster because it allows the Tarnus to get everything off infinitely.
Yeah, and he talks about that he likes to manipulate the attack speed in that he tries to, tweak his runes so that he might not necessarily go first, but he goes in an order that's beneficial to his comps.
Yeah, I mean, speed tuning is absolutely crucial, as we saw earlier, for instance, Skit, the Tesarian armor break into the Leica follow-up, right? Had that speed tune not been there, it would not have been as easy, so I like that he's got all his stuff tuned out for this. They basically just coming in with the best stuff that they got. We have JUJU versus CRAZYMON.
All right, let's get into it. Match number 3, game number 1. On your left is CRAZYMON, on your right is JUJU.
Yep, so right now, CRAZYMON has not the first pick. So the first pick is going over to JUJU, and we know that he's got an Artemil. However, CRAZYMON, he does not seem to have an Artemil, so we may be seeing that as a potential pre-ban because it is an absolute powerhouse of a unit, as we saw earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. Another thing to keep in mind is CRAZYMON does have a Yeonhung as well, so that could be a potential ban coming through here for JUJU, as both players taking plenty of time to think this one over. It's actually going to be Chiwoo coming out as the CRAZYMON ban, and then Ragdoll on the other side for JUJU.
Yeah, we missed both the pre pre-bans. We were both wrong. So these players, they clearly got some type of strategy in the mind that, you know, makes it so that their pre-bans are not as obvious as it may seem. And now JUJU, of course, with the first pick, he's gonna go ahead and pick up the Hathor, and that's gonna be just responded by Gani.
Yeah, Gani and then Ileana. So we didn't get to see her because she got banned out last time. We'll see if we get to finally witness that wonderful monster coming through, the light Neostone. And over here on the other side, what is JUJU's response going to be? You see that Ileana, and you got some things running through your head because there's a lot of protection that she can offer.
I mean, it's like potentially infinite immunity that we're looking at with the Gani Ventilate, which is a great way to deal with Hathor, given that you don't get stripped on the crucial units. As we see JUJU coming in, Artemil and Amelia. So it's a bit of a mix-up, but Hathor always goes well, even with Bruiser Calm. So very scary draft out of him right now, but it does open him up to the Elsharian Gianna combo. This guy has all the strips he needs to deal with that Amelia. He is not scared at all, and he could even pick up the Bulwark here, one of the most popular counters to Amelia, but we see the Tyrannus being taken away from JUJU.
All right, yeah, you don't want to have that defensive monster that is Tyrannus. Over on the other side, we do have JUJU. Thinking about it, we could see double pony with Diana, or okay, he wants to take the Bulwark.
Yeah, so the Bulwark is going to be a great way to deal with the Ileana as well as Tyrannus. There's a lot of buffs on the side of CRAZYMON. It's definitely going to be a scary pick. And also, when it is paired with Amelia, the two makes a good combo because Amelia is going to be giving stacks to Bulwark each turn, as we see Okeanos come out potentially with only a single stripper through the Elsharian, meaning that this is most likely going to be Amelia ban. I don't see any other way that he can go with this at this point in the draft. Basically, he has to ban the Amelia. So how good is Elsharian now? That's the question.
Yeah, it's a really good question. It's the first time Okeanos has even been picked today. We saw him all over the place in Japan. Indeed, you were correct. It is going to be Okeanos being banned along with Amelia, the water pony, down and out as we get ready for our first match between these two players. Again, CRAZYMON on the left, JUJU on the right. I know their names are in Korean and they don't even translate quite 100% there, but that's okay. We got these guys going at it.
Yep, Hathor with the first turn right now. This is going to be really important for JUJU as he wants to be stripping, and he chooses to go for the Ganymede here, interestingly enough. But he does have Bulwark, just going for that skill because he knows that Ileana is just going to give him stacks anyways.
All right, here we go. We get that field up immunity and the shield coming through for her right now. Over to the Wind Ifrit and some damage coming through, but it's pretty decent damage, honestly. But of course, you got Tyrannus here who can really make it really difficult to get anything done.
Yeah, that was a lot of provokes there. However, it's not really going to matter much here as Bulwark just going to go ahead and strip away the defense buff first. He wants to be saving that skill 3 for when he needs it. He wants to be going for, I would assume, the Elsharian, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And here goes Ganymede gonna ventilate his Tyrannus.
The armor break and the violent proc. This means that Diana could potentially die here as the skill 2 comes out of Tyrannus. It's gonna deal 23,000. Let me see if she died or not, please, game. I don't want to see the Tyrannus. And she's down.
She is down. The huge armor break follow-up. Great proc there coming through. Now we're gonna get some more damage into him. No, it doesn't take the Elsharian down. That does, though. Good enough to get him finally. Now you've got an Artemil to deal with. Things are pretty evened up.
Yeah, that was a crucial moment for CRAZYMON there. That proc allowed him to do just enough damage to take out Diana. And keep in mind that JUJU does not have any revives, while CRAZYMON has infinite revives as he cycles through all his skills with the procs.
All right, yeah, it started out looking good. And then, of course, yeah, with the Gani-Tyrannus combo, things get difficult to get done for JUJU to finish anything off with tons of immunity and defense coming through. All right, we get an attack. You do get that immunity out there. Tyrannus coming through, just a little bit of damage as we set up for another Artemil attack. And now Tyrannus just doing his thing, doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, so right now, this guy, he's really trying to work down this Elsharian.
Bulwark, excuse me.
Yeah, Bulwark.
Bulwark,
these names get tricky as we're in the moment. However, we see right now, Tyrannus, he's got that defense buff. He can choose to go for the nuke, but no, he's going to save it. He's just going to do soul protection. And what is so gross right now is that with the Ganymede, this revive is going to be infinite, and Artemil somehow needs to carry hard enough to kill through all these revives.
Yeah, this could go on for a bit, and you're doing a little bit of damage from Bolvark to Tyrannus there.
There's the
you
armor
get the
break.
defense break. Yep, the armor break is through. This time you're trying to see if you can get to this poor Ivrit, his light Ivrit, and then he just keeps coming back. He's just the whipping boy right now, but Tyrannus is there to say, no, bro, you got to keep tanking for us.
Yeah, that guy's like the punching bag the whole game, and he just put some invincibility on him. Hey, you can't punch it anymore. And now JUJU's just in a really awkward spot where he's trying so hard, desperately, to get things done. He takes out the Elsharian, and now he can combo that with the skill 3 from Bolvark. This is his opportunity to make things happen. However, the armor break hurts with the skill 3 on Hathor.
Yeah, and then you seal magic onto Hathor, the stun onto Bolvark
Oh,
now,
the
and there's the
proc.
proc here. Big time proc, big time damage coming out of Tyrannus.
Yeah, procs tend to matter a lot when there's an armor break on the opposing side, and CRAZYMON has been getting that very consistently throughout the game. This allows him to have a much better shot at taking out this Artemil.
Now this is starting to look pretty bad now, but we'll see. You still got Artemil. Anything can happen. Glancing hit debuff onto both of JUJU's mons that are left. You get the briefing, you get the attack bar increase, and of course you get the revive.
Yep, right now Artemil once again going to try to take out this Elsharian. However, it is very tanky with the defense buff. JUJU is really struggling to get enough damage done, it seems, to prevent this non-stop immunity, invincibility, and revive.
Yeah, it's just so much to deal with. There's no AoE strip going on, so it just is. It's just impossible to break through the defenses of CRAZYMON. It feels like you're going to seal the magic once again. The briefing coming in there. Just go ahead and get a proc out while you're at it, and Ventilate comes through for Tyrannus.
Yeah, so right now CRAZYMON, all he needs to do is buy enough time for his units to just eventually break down the Hathor. And the main thing we're looking for here is the armor break out of Elsharian, landing on the Artemil, and it's not going to be up anytime soon. So he wants to be giving the turns to Gani, potentially ventilate the Elsharian. However, once again, 2-turn invincibility.
Yeah, it's so incredible, that invincibility, and nothing doing there for Artemil. And now the Hathor going to go down, and now we can start to do work on to this Artemil. And actually, never mind, JUJU's going to tap out. Game number 1, going to go over to CRAZYMON.
Yeah, I got to give huge props to CRAZYMON for that game there, because him taking away that Tarnus there, that was 100% a move specifically aimed at taking away that pick from JUJU. And we can see that it worked out fantastically for him. The combo with the Gani was arguably the main carry of the game, and having a Tarnus on the opposing side would have made things really hard for him.
Yeah, and it just felt like no matter what he could do, he couldn't find a way to deal with that Gani-Tyrannus combo.
Yeah, and right now, JUJU definitely going to be feeling the brunt end of that stick. You know, this is what it feels like to go against Gani Tarnus, so potentially we're going to be seeing him put more emphasis on taking that Tarnus earlier so that his opponent cannot take it, as we see CRAZYMON getting that first pick, Nephthys and Gianna Ban on each side.
Yeah, okay, first pick available for CRAZYMON this go around. Hathor going to be your first pick, a pretty traditional first pick for these players. We see it all the time, as it does set you up for so many different variations. It's like those webs, like the family tree. It all starts with Hathor, and from there you can just kind of branch out in whatever directions you feel like.
Yeah, she's like the all-knowing godmother. We all go to Hathor, you know, when we don't know what to pick, just believe in Hathor, right? And that is going to work out for these players, as we see Ganymede always a response to the Hathor, as well as taking the Vigor. We see these Korean meta coming in, and we know for sure by now that it revolves around Gany Hathor Vigor, boys.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is going to be more towards JUJU's wheelhouse, more about what he talked about being comfortable with in his pre-game interviews. The speed tuning going to be really interesting. Ileana once again here for CRAZYMON, as well as Ragdoll going to be following that one up.
Yeah, so keep in mind, there is no Gany available on the side of CRAZYMON this game, so there will not be none of that, you know, infinite invincibility fiasco happening. As we see JUJU taking away the Tarnus, he's saying, hey, you gave me the Gany Tarnus treatment last time, let me give you a taste of that medicine right back at you. And he's definitely going to eventually pick an Artemil down the line because it's so perfectly set up for it, and we see the immunity pick coming out.
Yeah, the Vela Jewel, you need that immunity for sure. And we'll see, there's a little bit of strip that can happen there as well. Triton.
Oh!
Triton. And
Triton, that's a very aggressive
Okeanos.
pick.
Woo!
Very, very aggressive draft coming out of CRAZYMON here. He's got that AoE stripper, and he wants to follow that up with Oki and Hathor. So right now, if you are on the side of JUJU, you are really scared of letting that combo happen. And there's also an Ileana to cycle the turns, right? And the cooldown's just coming up a lot faster. So him really not maybe wanting to go for the Artemil here because it is a weak pick into very strong CC. He's thinking about it, and he's got 5 seconds to pick up a Chow.
Chow, bite down. First time we have seen the Water Dragon Knight in all of SWC 2020 here in the APAC region. So this is a really interesting pick for JUJU.
Yeah, he's basically saying, hey, you got a lot of supports that cannot really kill Chow easily. I want to get to the late game, and I want him to solo carry. Now, the problem is, what if Chow gets banned, right? So that surely must be on his mind right now as he thinks about the ban that he's going to go for. And Hathor is gone. It is a bit of an interesting ban. I don't know if that was the best ban, but that's just me personally. I respect this playstyle. And Tarnus gets banned out, meaning Chow. Are we going to see a solo potentially?
Anytime those Dragon Knights just seem to go hog wild, things tend to end pretty quickly. Definitely not wanting that Ganymede-Tyrannus combo coming out from JUJU, so that's going to be sitting down for him. CRAZYMON versus JUJU. CRAZYMON took game number 1, and it's going to be Triton up first.
Yep, Triton right now, he's going to try to land it on the Veloduel. It is going to be crucial as he has the elemental disadvantage. He does land it on the Veloduel, misses on the Vigor, but I'm sure he will take that. Oh
no!
My gosh!
No procs. Nothing doing there for Okeanos, and now you get the speed and the crit rate reduction coming through for Vigor. Big things happening, but it's Ileana's turn.
Well, I'm tilted, CRAZYMON's tilted, everyone's tilted. We all have these moments when Oki does that, and it is the absolute worst thing ever because he invested so heavily into this Triton Oki combo, and now it is completely shut down.
Yeah, gonna ventilate onto the Veloduel. It looks like Chow gonna go for the Justice. Does some decent damage. About a third of the health bar onto Okeanos there.
Yeah, as the game goes on, those Justices are gonna hit harder and harder. Things are looking really scary right now for CRAZYMON. However, he is buying time with all the buffs on his side as Veloduel. He's just gonna go ahead and attempt to strip away something here on the Ileana, and he does get the immunity, meaning armor breaks are coming.
All right, we're gonna go for it. We're getting some devastation resistance.
Oh my!
From
This Oki! This Oki is so bad!
Derping all over the place is the Oki. We're gonna use our Seal of Magic there, get the glancing as well, and now we're coming through. There's that armor break onto Ileana.
No, I'm pretty sure that CRAZYMON doesn't even care about the match at this point. He's just flaming his Oki right now, I swear, because this is so tilting to watch. He wants his Oki to be bottom proccing because he is a turn away still from that skill 3. As we see Veloduel, huge damage coming out.
Yeah, and there isn't much that Ileana can really do at this point. She isn't quite finished, though, so we'll see. There we go. Finally, Vigor's going to get it done, get another turn for himself, and is going to get, nope, just the heal block going on to Okeanos. Not that matters too much there, and nothing else going on too big right now.
Yeah, I mean, Ragdoll procs are not going to be enough to take down the Veloduel at all. Even if he takes it down, there's a Chow to deal with, right? And Chow is a unit that could potentially solo Ragdoll, although it could be risky on both sides. And now we have a 2v4 situation here.
You still got Ragdoll, so you never know if you're CRAZYMON. You're going to fight this out to the bitter end, potentially, as we get the Seal Magic, of course, onto Triton. You want to reset those skills. Sanctuary up, Invulnerability and Cleanse coming through. And now it is over to Chow, who's going to land some pretty good damage. The dots are on there as well. The Shred comes through, and there's the armor break onto Ragdoll.
Yeah, he's just laying out the damage on Ragdoll right now so that he is in the kill range for Chow. As we see Ventilate coming out onto the Veloduel, I don't think he's going to do skill 2. That would be risky. He's just going to pass it over to the Chow. Justice, and Ragdoll's down.
Yeah, and that should be about all she wrote. Indeed it is. It is going to be JUJU taking game number 2.
This right here, boys, is why you do not believe in Okeanos, man. You invest heavily into him, and if that happens, it's over.
I mean, he had the setup. There was only one immunity from the Will Runes left, but nothing. Literally nothing came out from Okeanos.
Oh, man. It literally completely shut down my brain too. Like I couldn't focus on the match anymore. I'm like, oh, this is over. What a tragedy.
It's the worst fortune cookie ever there. You'd get nothing,
Yep.
nothing inside of it. Last time it was Nephthys and Gianna. The first round it was actually Chiwu that got banned by CRAZYMON. Ragdoll was the first one. So this time it's going to be Amelia. Doesn't want anything. He had to post-ban Amelia last time. So this time he's like, you know what, just forget it.
Yeah, I mean, Amelia was definitely a unit that put a lot of dent into his strategy because we see him going a lot with these Oki and Hathor type of CC control, and Amelia is a unit that completely shuts it down potentially, as we see once again Hathor Ganny being traded. I wouldn't be surprised if that was a Vigor picked next to the Ganny. It's very standard.
Yeah, it worked really well last time, but CRAZYMON really liking Ileana. Of course, yeah, I mean the immunity and the all those good things she could put up, the invulnerability, so incredible. That defense that she could provide.
Getting flashbacks though.
I know.
JUJU,
I know.
he did get the Tarnus stolen last time because he went with the Amelia and Artemil. So I think it could be smart of him to pick it up early here if he does intend to go with that kind of lineup. As no, JUJU is saying, I don't want to play that kind of bruiser comp. I'm going to go in hard with this Chiwu pick. Very aggressive.
All right, Sierra, this go around, the first time we're seeing her in the match between these two players. Gianna, since she wasn't banned, able to be picked up by CRAZYMON, and the response now from JUJU.
Yeah, I mean, Gianna's unit that we have not seen at all so far, because even if someone has it, it's always going to get banned. And now we do see it being picked here. It is a very good threat into the Vigor. So now, JUJU, are you going to invest into this Chiwu, or are you going to go with a response pick? Juno, who is a good unit against the Ileana and against the Gianna, and there's the Leica with the Barbara response.
Yeah, the Barbara, a little bit of strip going through here at the end. These Beast Riders, so powerful across all of them. All three of the regular ones, not even the Light Dark, the regular ones are insane. And now we come out for our bans. What are you feeling here, Peter?
I'm not so sure about the bans. I think that Barbara is a very scary unit on the side of JUJU, but he also kind of wants to be banning the Sierra potentially so that Gianna cannot detonate any bombs. It's really mixed here, but I wouldn't be surprised if I saw Barbara.
All right, makes sense. We'll find out. We still have a few seconds to go. This is the deciding game number 3 between these two players. So the monster bans, really important. Gianna and Hathor.
I wonder about that Gianna ban. It is definitely a interesting ban here because, I mean, it makes sense because it is so powerful into Vigor, but I thought surely that he drafted this way in a way to kind of respond to Gianna. But whatever the case is, right now, we have a comp where CRAZYMON, he's gonna get outsped most likely, right? Because there's a Chiwu on the opposing side on JUJU, and now he can't really get much done though with the skill 3 because nothing's gonna follow up.
Yeah, everybody but Ganymede losing that immunity from that Tur 1. Sealed Magic going to be used over there onto Juno. Now we have the Vigor. Is he just going to buff the team? Yes, indeed. Go with those buffs, and now we're over to Juno. Just that skill 1 up here. Gets a little bit of damage, nothing critical.
Yeah, I mean, Barbara right now, she's going to attempt to strip away whatever she can from that Leica because he is identifying Leica as a monster he wants to take out. Very smart by him because he knows he can just boost the Barbara up again. He's going to lay out all the damage on Leica. This bomb needs to land. As it does, he's going to go ahead and detonate that. Follow that up with the Barbara, and that could be a dead Leica here.
Yeah, the stun as well, and there you go. Barbara taking it down. It is Leica out. Now we're over to Chiwu. Doesn't really have much to do. Try to get that proc on the skill 1, and he does get that sleep.
I mean, the sleep is good, but keep in mind that Ileana has skill 2 up again right now because she did violent proc, so nothing really matters here too much. He needs to rely on this Vigor to get enough procs to take this Barbara down because that's his only chance of winning at this point.
All right, here we go, and the immunity shield up and over.
He needs to land this. He's going for the Barbara, and he does get the invincibility off. That is going to help him out a bit as the proc comes out. That is huge.
Oh, no, and the armor break onto poor Chiwu. He has a sliver of health, 1 HP going on there.
Oh, Juno.
Do proc the passive, but
yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Juno unfortunately missed the strip. What a troll. However, Barbara is going to be able to finish off the Chiwu, and Barbara is going to go down soon. So we're looking at a 2v3 here. Can Juno carry this? That's what we're looking at.
All right, we'll see if she can do it. Gets a stun there onto
That's a huge
Sierra.
stun.
Yeah, big time stun. Going to buy some more time. We're going right into the next one. whittling her down, doing lots of damage.
I smell a Juno solo coming potentially, as we see the Ganny attempting to buy time for Sierra right now. He really needs to get this bomb off here as he misses!
Oh no, the Sierra trolling now. Last time it was Okeanos for CRAZYMON. This time it's Sierra coming through, and we're just going to put up the fields, immunity shields, and we are over to Ganymede. Now we do have that Ventilate available for Sierra. Indeed, we are going to throw that on down. Bomb time. Will it land this time?
Yeah, that's the main question we're looking at, and it does land, so that is going to be a dead vigor. However, Sierra's going to go down here most likely as well. I would say go for the skill 1, give yourself the attack bar first, and then skill 2, because obviously that's not going to kill Sierra. I don't know why in the world he would use skill 2 there, because the stun's not really going to matter, as he has the ability to potentially boost up the Sierra if he chooses to. Though he's going to do it on himself, doesn't get the proc, so it seems Juno is going to follow up here. Risky move by JUJU, but it does work out for him.
Okay, it does end up working out. We're getting all of the buffs from Ileana up, and just a little bit of skill 1s coming in back and forth. Of course, with those shields and that immunity, it is so difficult right now. I mean, but Juno does have that AoE strip, so it is a little worrisome. Glancing, though, that helps a bit.
Keep in mind, this Ganny is the main damage dealer on the side of CRAZYMON right now, meaning that skill 3 is everything he has, so he needs as much procs as possible. He's definitely going to want to skill 2 this. He does not want to put up skill 3 up whatsoever. Why? Okay, why? I don't understand. Why are you giving him a free Rika? He's just going to go ahead and cycle turns, strip, get some dots on your team. You know, he's getting unlucky by missing, but however, taking these dots, you definitely don't want that happening.
Yeah, you can get the briefing, though, at least to alleviate some of that pain, but you're right, it is looking a little bit desperate now. The elemental disadvantage playing a little bit into this, and there's a counter with the stun onto Ganymede. Now, you are going to immunity it, but it is getting a little bit tricky now.
Yeah, it is a revenge. Juno, the most ideal build for a solo to happen here. Keep in mind that there's debuff both on Ileana and Ganny's first skill, meaning this Juno is going to stay pretty healthy throughout it all. Right now, she is just whittling them down, going for the skill 2, getting the free Rika that's off. Ganny wants to be proccing, but no, he doesn't even need it because he's faster. Big attack by reduction into the revenge. Things are happening all over the place as another revenge comes out.
This is huge. Juno really doing it. That stun is down. Ganny is out. It is now Ileana versus Juno. Anything could happen. There is the glancing here. Ileana gets a couple turns. Juno up and lands another stun. She's going to get another turn here. Just whittling it down. You called it. The Juno solo looks like it could happen. There's still a chance, though.
Okay, he is getting lucky, however, by missing all of Juno's skill 2 on the Ileana. She needs to be proccing as Juno takes her down.
Incredible. You saw it. You predicted it. The Prophet Peter comes through. Juno solo wins it there for JUJU.
Yeah, I mean, that Juno and Chiwu did seem a bit questionable at first because there was not a lot of synergy going. However, Juno just ended up being a solo carry threat. She ended up surviving to the late game. Once that Barber was down, everything was just uphill from there onwards.
What a finish to that. I mean, as close as it gets for a game number 3, and it's JUJU somehow, some way finding the resolve to get it done there. And there were a few big moments in there. One that stuck out to me was that one of those Sierra bombs missing early on.
Yeah, I mean, the Sierra bombs and Okeanos things were not really looking good for him, right? And it definitely paid off big time for him in the worst way possible, because had the bombs landed, that could have been more bombs he could have gotten onto Juno, and that would have wiped out a huge portion of her health, and we may have not seen the solo carry happen.
Yeah, that's a great point. And with all of that, after a crazy set between these guys, it is JUJU over CRAZYMON in match number 3, and JUJU advances on. We'll find out who his opponent will be. That's our next game coming up. It's going to be CHARMI versus PRIMA is our next matchup. So far, a lot of wild stuff coming out today, man. It's been fun.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing the standard first picks as we keep commenting, right? Because it's always Ganyathor and this and that. However, the next picks come out are very diverse. I believe that out of all the SWC so far, this is the most diverse meta, so to say, we have ever seen out of any of these tourneys. And that's because everything is in a spot right now where they're all kind of like balancing each other. You know, they react to each other, counter to each other, and it just enables these players to do whatever they want. And I'm really enjoying it, man.
Yeah, they're really smart players. It's really fun to watch these back and forth. Every single match has been gone to game 3. I mean, every single one. So there's a lot of counterplay going on here, a lot of really smart moves being made, some upsets through the game so far. It's been a really fun one to watch. And yeah, I mean, it's so diverse. I mean, we've seen 2 different Ifrits already. We've seen the fire and the light. I mean, we didn't even see any of those last time. We seen, the Pater. I don't know if any, I don't know if any of the Japanese players just were missing it, but it's been really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be brutally honest here. Like, in the past seasons, it was, oh, I summon Molong, I summon Ganyath or Perna, I win. But now, it's none of that, dude. You got to have the brains, you got to have the runes. That is why we're seeing even newer players just taking the victory over these famous players.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Peter. Guys, we got to go. We're going to take a break. We'll be back more with SWC 2020.
Street fighters have entered Summoner's War. Unleash a new world of adventure. Summoner's War.
昇竜拳
Event bonus. Get Ken for free.
inside. See no limit now. You like what you see. Lost in modern life. Then get on with this adventure. Get into this game with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, go. Hey, I've been looking for ya. Yes, I've been searching for ya. Sing with me now. Say, oh, 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 oh. Trust in me when I tell ya. Waking if I was in ya. Sing with me now. Say, oh, 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 oh. Hey, I've been looking for ya. Yes, I've been searching for ya. Sing with me now. Say, oh, 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 oh. Trust in me when I tell ya. Waking if I was in ya. Sing with me now. Say, oh, 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 oh. Hey, I've been looking for ya. Yes, I've been searching for ya.
Hello, Summoner! Hello, Summoner!
Hi, Summer.
Street fighters have entered Summoner's War. Unleash a new world of adventure. Summoner's War.
昇竜拳
Even bonus. Get Ken for free.
SWC 2020 rolls on. 3 of our quarterfinal matches out of the way. 1 more to go here on the winner's day. And then tomorrow, same time, same place, will be the loser's bracket. So if one of your favorite players went down here today, let's say SKIT, who did lose earlier on today, don't worry, everybody. He still has a chance. Like we mentioned earlier, he still has a chance. SKIT comes back tomorrow. He's going to have to run the gauntlet. It's going to be tough, but he could do it. Anyway, let's move over to our final quarterfinal match here. CHARMI versus PRIMA.
Yeah, CHARMI says his top 3 monsters have Wunsa, Nephthys, and Icarus in it. Icarus being a very interesting unit because we don't see that monster being constantly used by players as well as Miho, most picked in the Season 12. I doubt we're going to be seeing Miho as, you know, an opening pick. We're going to be seeing more of Barbara, and now we have PRIMA here.
Yeah, absolutely. PRIMA, he also, this is really interesting, he also has Wunsa. So both of these players have the Dark Pioneer. And that makes this a really interesting matchup. That's why I mentioned this at the beginning. There's a lot of crisscross between these players today, that they have a lot of the same monsters. So really excited to see how this comes through, if either of them even allow Wunsa to happen.
Yeah, that's a great catch by you there, because Wunsa is a unit, unlike Jiwoo, it is actually fantastic throughout the whole game. That skill 3 is no joke. It does a really good amount of damage, as well as providing utility for the team. And this guy, he really likes Scanny Hathor. He's got some, you know, he watched BT back in his prime days, and BT was a big Scanny Hathor user, so he is definitely going to be contesting those picks. As CHARMI, we saw his Monster Box earlier, he did say that, you know, it did seem like he's not really a Gani Hathor player, so we're going to be seeing some interesting mixed match of strategies coming out.
Yeah, Ikaris has been making appearances here and there on the ladder, on the World Arena. I see it, usually I see it around G1 to G2. I haven't seen it as much in G3, so I don't know if we're going to see Ikaris, but maybe CHARMI is going to bring it out.
I mean, it works, but you got to invest heavily around her, so it's going to be, if there's a time to do it, now's the best time, because round one's a great opportunity to catch your opponent off guard. As we see Han being pre-banned, our boy, the newly buffed Ninja, and Neftis.
Yeah, Neftis. So that's another Dark Nat 5 that Prima had available that we didn't even mention in his pre-game lineup. So Hathor first pick, not too unexpected. Chiwoo, then Gani. Typical follow-ups for both of these players. Nothing out of the ordinary coming through just yet.
There is something out of the ordinary. We talked about Wunsa. But he goes with Chiwoo instead of Wunsa.
That's a good point. That's a good point. You're right. That is a little bit unexpected. You make a very good point.
Yeah, but Chiwoo does have a speed leader, which is why he picked it. And now if we, of course, see the brothers coming out, they're facing off. Who's the better pioneer is what we're trying to find out. As right now, if you look at Prima's team, he's got that speed leader going for the Wunsa. And if CHARMI's going to come up with the comp like double speed lead and a bunch of fast units, and he can very well try to contest him.
All right, well, let's see if that's what he wants to go for. Vela Jewel is going to be there. Oh, he changes his mind on that. Vanessa, so exactly what you were in line with that. Triana going to be the next one. So those speed leaders, very important here.
Yeah, I mean, there is a double speed leader, but there's not any threat on the side of CHARMI's team. The only thing to follow up after Chiwoo would be Gani, so to say. And there's not even immunity on the side of Prima yet. So it is a bit of a weak draft, in my opinion, coming out of CHARMI. However, Vanessa, Triana, Gani, we know these to be a strong triplet. And Vertihal, very standard response to this passive team comp coming out.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with those two wind element advantages there. Vigor on the other side. Molly was the last pick for Prima behind Verd. So our lineups are set. Our post bans coming at you.
Yeah, so the problem right now for CHARMI is that this Chiwoo pick early on locked him into a position where he's going to have to somehow do something with the Chiwoo. It has to be on damage because he's going to come in with a dead unit on the board, and you never want to see that. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a Vertihal ban here because that unit could be too obnoxious to deal with, especially if Vigor gets banned out. And we see, wow, Wunsa
out, Vigor out. Vigor tends to be a popular ban these days for our Korean players here in the prelims. And of course, you're going to pick Vanessa as your leader there, the better speed leader between the two.
So CHARMI really wanted to get first turn there. He's going to be going for the reset on Hathor here, obviously. But there's a chance that Vertihal is going to revenge, so he goes for skill 2 instead. Very confident in his speed tuning there, as Gani just going to go ahead and reduce the attack bar of most of the units there. But what can he do now? Because Vertihal has a free roam.
And then Triana gets a proc, why not?
Yeah, I mean,
Triana. Go for that sleep. There you go. Now you get it the second time around.
Just going zap, like, sew. But then Molly just heals it up to full, and now he's got to somehow deal with this Vertihal. He wants the armor break to land on him, most definitely, but he's kind of thinking, what if he revenges? But I would say you have to risk it, or even go for Sierra. I can respect that as a sleep with the 10k crit.
Unbelievable. Big sleep coming through there from Chiwoo. Lots of damage on those crits from that boy. Definitely rooting him in that respect. Now we come back and it's just some trading blows with these skill ones. Of course, Hathor had been Seal of Magic, so it's a little bit different. Verdile speeding everything up along the way.
And there's Cleanse again. Molly coming in, and she's full HP again. This is why when you bring in Chiwoo, don't go freaking Vanessa Triana. Bring what SECONDBABY did, you know, Bell and Asrika. However, the bombs not landing is going to be buying time for CHARMI here right now. Triana is on crit damage, it seems, as well as the Chiwoo, so he wants to be ventilating the Vanessa. Get that armor break onto Sierra. Take it out, move on to Vertihal next, and take over like that.
All right, here we go. We do get the sleep and the strip on to Gani. And nothing to really do. Oh, counterattack there.
Yeah, Revenge Sierra, Revenge Oracles being really popular because they absorb so much attack bar with that skill 1 and the sleep.
Again, these sleep procs doing some work for CHARMI so far, and it is pretty good, but we are whittling that Vanessa down inch by inch. You do have Triana for some help there, and of course with the Vanessa-Triana combo, you've got a lot of revive potential.
Yeah, but the problem is Hathor has skill 3 right now. Vertihal really going to try to give that turn to Hathor. However, Chiwu going to be the only monster to cut in before the Hathor. He wants to be landing the sleep. He needs it to land. Does he get it though?
He's going to go for the skill 3 there. He does remove the shield.
I mean, that doesn't do anything. He should have
really,
tried.
Yeah, it really doesn't do much. The attack bars didn't get decreased enough to make much of a difference. Big sleep coming through. Although it is Vanessa who is still up and kicking, it doesn't really seem to matter too much right now. We're going to go for the bombs on the Triana, and you can wait for that because everybody's still sleeping.
Yeah, that was actually pretty ideal for him because he wants to be going for the Vanessa anyways. So the fact that that was the only thing he didn't sleep, everything working out for PRIMA right now as he switches target because he wanted to let Vertihal kill this Vanessa. Sierra proccing out. She's got a bomb next turn. She's probably just going to go ahead and take out the Vanessa here.
Yeah, absolutely, and, you know, poor Triana, nothing left to do. So, it is going to be PRIMA winning that first game, and that was a pretty convincing one there to start.
Yeah, absolutely convincing. I really hope that by now these Korean players have figured out that, hey, I know you guys like Chiwu, but please, if you're going to use that unit, make sure you have the right follow-up. Make sure you're not going to get scared off of, you know, whatever you were planning by opponent's picks. You cannot go Vanessa Triana like that.
I kind of get the idea by what CHARMI's thinking. I mean, with Ganymede, Vanessa Triana, you feel like you can just revive for days. You can just sustain for days off of that ability alone, but it doesn't quite work out that way in that situation.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right with that. But right now, as we head into match number 2, I am already excited because this does mean that Han cannot get pre-banned, and I want to see my boy come out because he is so fun to watch.
All right, well, let's see if we do get the Han for PRIMA. And the scary thing here for CHARMI is you banned that Han, and you lost that first game, so now things get really tricky.
Yeah, and now one good thing for CHARMI, however, is that Nephthys cannot get pre-banned this time. And this is a unit that synergizes so well with Woonsa, Chiwu, whatever it may be. So he's going to be in for a really comfortable spot here.
All right, Molly, Triana, your pre-bans this go around. CHARMI taking the Molly out of play, and PRIMA thinking that Triana might cause some issues for what he's thinking up here next. And it is going to be Woonsa first picked for CHARMI.
Yeah, so last time we saw him go for the Chiwu, but he was like, I think Woonsa is better. I'll go with the Woonsa after all. And we see the Ganyathor response coming out of PRIMA, not really showing too much of his draft just yet. And those are two big takeaways by PRIMA because those are fantastic units that are paired with Woonsa usually, and CHARMI not having that is going to hurt him.
All right, so CHARMI's thinking now he gonna go for the Sierra. Worked well for PRIMA last time. Maybe it'll go okay for him. And the second pick, he has to lock it in. Velajul.
Yeah, okay, so he's got Velajul to deal with the Ganyathor, who is a pretty solid unit at dealing with them, but you got to keep in mind it's a bit of a coin flip, right? Whether Hathor lands a skill 2, does he proc afterwards? However, PRIMA gonna say no to the coin flip, bring in a bit of more consistency to the table through the Chiwu. He has a very aggressive CC lineup right now, and players these days do tend to partner this with like a Vigor. It is a very safe pick for them, but he goes with Barbara first.
Barbara this time around, the strip. He really likes all that strip between Chiwu and Barbara, really keeping that immunity at bay. And there's Juno again, and with the counter strip, although there isn't a whole lot of buffs on the side of PRIMA just yet. And then you get the finish with Leo. Yeah, Leo's a pick that absolutely shuts down Barbara, as most players know. And it is also good against Ganyathor because it makes that sleep less scary. So PRIMA really does not like that Leo pick coming out. And this Juno pick coming out of CHARMI means he is investing heavily into Juno solo carrying against Ganyathor. So he's thinking about the Barbara ban currently. But this last pick, obviously, if PRIMA picks well, it's going to put a dent into his plans. And Vertihal is indeed pretty scary. Yeah, absolutely, and maybe CHARMI watching our previous match a little bit, seeing what Juno can do, feeling like maybe that's the hot hand right now, taking some of that gambler's luck, seeing if he can roll with it himself, as we have the post bans finalizing themselves between the two players. Yeah, PRIMA, I believe he was late on his last pick there, which is why he was given about like 5 seconds to pick, and CHARMI on the other hand, he has 30 seconds, the full timer on it, and now the bans finally come through. Velajul and Vertihal banned. So this Leo sticking around could mean really good news for CHARMI because it's going to help enable the Juno to solo. However, we need to watch out for the Barbara armor break. All right, we'll find out which one of these two players can win the next game. CHARMI in danger of going down to the loser's bracket if this one comes down. Big damage coming through to Barbara.
Yeah, that Barbara is extremely squishy as we see Woonsa following up with the skill 3. It's going to go ahead and boost up his team's attack bar. If I was him, I would just choose to bomb the Hathor here and detonate. It's going to kill the Barbara, and it's also going to stun up the Hathor. Big first turn plays coming out of CHARMI.
All right, exactly as you predicted there. It is the stun on Hathor. Barbara passive is here now. And then you got Juno. Nothing to strip, but why not? Yep.
Oh, that stun on Barbara is actually huge because she really wanted to get that damage off while she's in the human form. However, Gani right now, he needs to buy time for the rest of his team to follow up as he's looking for the attack bar reduction, and he lands it.
Yeah, he gets it onto Sierra.
Oh!
Doing not much, and then you get counter-attacked by these Revenge Oracles.
Yeah, the Revenge Oracles are absolutely devastating as a stun comes out. Prima, are you okay, my dude? Are you okay right now? Because this is not looking okay to me.
It is really interesting. You're absolutely right. It's not looking good for Prima. There's 0 sustain for him available. So what you see is what you get. And now we have Woonsa. We're going to use his star, and it does hit, and it does block. Not that that matters a whole lot because we're just going for it. Hathor down. Yeah,
he just one-skill Hathor there because Barbara can't really do much with the Leo there. Her damage is severely reduced by his passive. So by taking out the Hathor, Prima's win condition is gone, and he concedes.
All right, there it is. CHARMI finding a way to come through. Game number 2. Juno with a 100% win rate today.
Yeah, Juno. We were seeing it a lot on the Despair Revenge build, and these players know it. They know that's the best build for soloing these Gani Hathor teams. They invest into it, and I believe we're going to be seeing more of her from the Korean region today.
Yeah, she seems to be very, very powerful right now, and yeah, Despair builds, you see them from time to time, and when they land, it gets really, really scary. Those stuns, we saw it on Etna last week with the Japan players, and now this week, Juno and Sierra, or at least Juno, I should say, coming through with those big stuns, and she's scary, man.
Yeah, especially with the artifacts too, because keep in mind that right now there's artifacts that boost that skill 1 crit damage, and that going on Juno makes her hit some insane multipliers right now, which is one of the reasons why she boosted in popularity. As we see the Woonsa and Nephthys band coming out, I believe the Woonsa band, this is the first time we're seeing it, right?
You're right.
Yep.
You are absolutely right. Yeah, Woonsa was never banned. He was post-banned. He was never pre-banned.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. So Hathor first pick, Gani the immediate follow-up. We tried JUJU last time. I wonder if CHARMI is going to be thinking a little bit different after how that first game went.
Yeah, I mean, CHARMI, he saw Prima getting first turn, and he really didn't want him to have that Woonsa. So he knows that JUJU is a strong pick, and it is a very contested pick between these players. However, picking it does mean don't go Vanessa Triana again, please.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Prima right now, you're just sitting here, well, my last time I could do Sierra, Verda Heil Molly was what I ended up kind of going with since Woonsa's banned, but there's Han. There we go.
My boy, Han makes it into the field. He's going to be absolutely devastating with those skill 3s. Even if CHARMI picks up his favorite Triana here, every single skill that this boy has besides his first skill is going to be a multi-hit, meaning it's going to kill through the passive.
All right. We'll see if CHARMI has something available to counteract this. He's thinking about it. It's taking a long time to think about it.
I really don't like that, by the way. He's clearly caught off guard by these picks, and what he just did was picking Miho, a reactionary pick, into Sierra, which kind of doesn't really make sense to me. This shows that he may just want to ban out the Sierra, but of course you run into the risk of, dying to Hathor. Yeah. So I'm really not a fan of that Miho pick at all, especially given that he went JUJU Gani. I really wish he just had something really straightforward in this one.
All right, Lucia up on the side for Prima. Second pick, still thinking about it. This one is very, very complicated for these two players. Really, really think about it. It is going to be Etna.
No, Etna's going to be taken
Barbara,
out.
She switched to the last second. He debated me. Come on, man. I was really excited.
Yeah, I mean, I really like that he took it out because Etna is usually runed on very high crit rate. Not the best unit to deal with Miho. And given Prima's lineup, since he went with the Lucia, it was a power pick to deal with the Miho. So there's no way he's banning that. And Miho right now is really having a rough time here, as there are so many units countering her. I don't know why it was picked so early, but we do see CHARMI, whittling around with the last picks, and he eventually locks in the Leo pretty good, into Barbara, as we've seen many times. But I don't know about his draft right now. It's very mixed.
Okay, it's going to be really fascinating to see where the post bans come down. Is it, you thought maybe Ciara? I don't know. Han seems like a good ban no matter what because he's so scary, but it's going to be Elucia and Leo that are coming through here as your post bans.
Yeah, so right now, we're going to be seeing Chiwoo getting the first turn most likely, followed by Ganny skill 3 onto Hathor, and he needs to get something big done with the Viger skill 3 as Barbara actually outspeeds right now. Just going to go ahead and strip that, boost the attack bar of Hathor, and this is so bad for CHARMI now.
All right, here we go. The delayed promise coming through. What will get slept? It is going to be Vigor and Miho.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty much slept everything that he wanted to sleep. Chiwoo's a non-factor at this point, given that he didn't get the turn. Now, Dark Ninja just going to go ahead and whittle down the Ganymede. Oh, as the armor break does not land.
Oof, yeah, not getting the proc that he wanted there. The dragon attack is going to get the stun this time around. Chiwoo coming through with that big AoE, but doesn't really do a whole lot going on there. A little bit of attack bar reduction, but nothing too substantial. Now you get the attack bar break from Barbara. It's a big damage.
Yeah, I mean, all Prima has to do at this point is you have Miho locked down, so you just need to lay out the bombs on her with Sierra while auto-attacking other things, getting that attack bar, double bomb, and that Miho would be gone. But it did get reset, so he needs to get some procs right now for that to happen.
All right, we'll see if that does happen. And now it is Barbara's turn again with the defense break on a Chiwoo, previously there early.
Oh, big proc.
Oh, good proc here, yep, and that's going to give you that boost. Some healing as well for the Vigor. Now that kind of, it seems a little weird with Miho there.
I mean, it is a bit anti-synergy, right? Because you're making it harder for Miho to get crit on, and she literally dies if she gets crit on, but it's not going to matter as he gets the violent proc we talked about earlier. He's going to have the bomb. He has to lay it out on Miho, and that landing could be a death sentence to the Miho if it is squishy.
All right, we'll find out. We aren't quite to that point just yet. Barbara's turn. Try to decide what she wants to do. We're still getting Ganymede, and he's getting very low there. Glancing it though onto Ciara and the Han. Wow.
Yeah, good proc. However, oh my goodness, the Miho heavy hits coming out takes out the Sierra. So now if you're Prima, how confident are you in your Sierra's damage as Han with the triple crit doesn't care about glancing?
Absolutely not, he doesn't. It doesn't really matter to him very much at all. Now, Vigor, all of the skills are up here, and you have some options available. You are going to use that Predator's Cry, get the speed going, get that crit rate reduction down.
I would skill 2 Miho here, just to be safe, because you need to get her out. But no, he is... Oh my gosh, why? Why?
Uh-oh.
All right, come on, anti-crit. You got to do the work. Anti-crit. No, he's not even going for it.
No, he's just going to try to get Vigor down. He does have the defense break. He is able to pull Vigor off the board, but then you've got Miho with those Vamp. She absorbs a ton of health, and that makes her a real problem to deal with, even with the attack break.
I mean, there's no anti-crit now, so Miho can actually get crit on. This Hathor seems to be critting her a lot. All CHARMI needs to do right now is make sure that this Hathor goes down, as Barbara and Han are going to be units with very high crit rate. Will this be a Miho solo that we're potentially looking at? If he doesn't have high enough crit, he's going to try to gamble on the Miho, and it seems it's not on 100% crit.
All right, well, I mean, the multi-attacks at least are kind of what you're just hoping somehow, some way comes through and finishes off the Miho. The fast link in, they're just going to make sure that Chiwoo is out of the game as well. And now it comes down to a little bit of a luck here for Prima.
Yeah, I mean, Miho, she's just going to go ahead and skill 2, whatever. You know, he's really thinking about it. There's 2 threats on the left side. But no, he actually goes on the Hathor instead because he identifies that as the only unit that can deal with the Miho. I like that play coming out of him as Han trying to miss the crit, but he lands everything. And Miho, are you going to get crit on here or are you going to survive? Oh, and she lives.
Oh, the passive too strong for Miho. The eye for an eye.
Bye-bye, Han.
The chainal attack comes through and Han out. And it is going to be CHARMI who comes through in the decisive game 3 taking the match over PRIMA.
I mean, I really don't know what was that out of PRIMA, because that was such a huge misplay coming out of him. He had no reason to go for Vigor there. He should have really made sure that the Miho goes down. He had the bomb there, but that doesn't mean it's going to die when it's at full HP. So had Barbara gone for skill 2 on Miho, it would have brought her down low enough that the bomb would have killed her, so he absolutely threw that match.
All right, well, a little bit of indecisiveness there from PRIMA. He won the first game. The next two come back for CHARMI, and yeah, really good turnaround for him after what was a very brutal first match. He lost pretty handily, but the second two came through, looked nice.
Yeah, I mean, the Mio pick, I definitely questioned it, right? Because it's kind of a pick where you're going all or nothing. That pick is either going to get you the win by solo carry, or it's going to make you lose, because before that solo carry can even happen, she's not going to be that strong of a unit for the team, and apparently it worked.
Yeah, she does that from time to time. That's why you see her all over the place in people's arena defense, because she's really annoying sometimes to deal with. Because you want to, obviously you want to, get crits as much as you can for the most part, except in these very rare circumstances, like with her, where her passive makes you suffer for that.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely relate to you on that. Miho, she is a crazy annoying unit, because she basically takes your good stats and turns it bad against you.
Yeah, that's a really good way to put that. So again, it is going to be CHARMI coming over PRIMA, but PRIMA still has another chance, guys. All these players have another chance. It is double elimination. So if your favorite player went down today, make sure you tune in tomorrow, because they are going to be back. They have another shot. Now, the earlier you lose, the more games you have to play. So if you lose in the quarterfinals, then you go to the first round of the losers. If you lose in the semis, then you go to immediately go to the second round of losers, so on and so on. So, and then we pick 2 finalists. Whoever wins all their matches today gets to go on, and then whoever wins the losers bracket tomorrow gets to go on. So that's how this format works. And again, I know you guys are really sad out there if you're SKIT fans. I am. I've been watching him a ton recently. He does have a shot. It's going to be tough, but guys, you got to make sure you tune in tomorrow to check it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the come to us strategy, right? Your favorite player goes down. Don't worry, we'll have him for you tomorrow. Just make sure you tune into the stream. As we see the codes that we talked about, you guys love them so much. Somehow 2020, and this is basically a Korean term. That's like kind of like Summoner's War. Newbies were talking, and it's like hi to the Summoners War newbies. Somehow, basically it means you guys watching. No offense. Come to us does care about you guys, though, at least, It's not all about the late game. Come to us really trying to help the newer players, catch up to the late game without it taking so long like it used to.
Yeah, dude, I mean, the awards you can get out of this Street Fighter event are crazy good right now. Personally, I'm in love with this. I'm a big Street Fighter fan. So for me, I pulled a couple Ryus, so I'm really, really, really excited about that. Water Ryu, he's like a better Garo, I think. So people might disagree with me, but I think he's really, really interesting. But yeah, get that mana, get that energy, and get yourself maybe power up a rune with that mana. Go grind some dungeons. That's always a good call. I always need mana because I am constantly needing it to get those runes.
Yeah, especially after artifacts too, right?
Oh God, I know. And now artifacts, yeah, mana stones are really, really, really valuable right now. And we are done with the quarterfinals. We are moving on to the semifinals next. So it is going to be HWAN versus SECONDBABY. Big, exciting match. A couple upsets coming through, beating their respective players. And now they square off in our first semi-final match. I'm really excited about this one. SECONDBABY making some fantastic adjustments to win the second 2 games against LUCKYGOD, and HWAN took game 1 and 3 against SKIT. And so this one should be really, really fascinating. The young guy, SECONDBABY, 16 years of age, his first SWC, learning from his father. We'll be back with that exciting matchup coming up next.
Street fighters have entered Summoner's War. Unleash a new world of adventure. Summoner's War.
昇竜拳
Event bonus. Get Ken for free. Outriders have entered Summoner's War. Unleash a new world of adventure. Summoner's War.
昇竜拳
Event bonus. Get Ken for free.
Thanks for joining us, everyone. We are back. SWC 2020. This is the Korea preliminaries. We are through the quarterfinals. So, our winners semifinals coming at you, Juan and Second Baby. I'm Paper Thin. With me is Peter to break down all these games. And this guy upset the #1 player in the world, SKIT.
Yeah, and I'm reading about his self-introduction right now, and he says that he's just a novice dad who enjoys parenting and games. And he actually says that he first started playing Summoner's War in around 2018, or at least that was his first entry into Guardian 3. And wow, like, that's not that long ago, and he's making a name for himself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's got some massive, massive units to work with, some monsters that are incredible. Second Baby with the huge win for himself. First time coming through, and again, the son of 4Baby.
Yeah, the son, and we saw him like last time going with that Chiwu and doing exactly what I wanted to see from a Chiwu user. I believe this was the only guy that really utilized Chiwu to the fullest today, so I am completely expecting him to come in with some high IQ drafts, expecting big stuff from both of these guys.
Yeah, seems to have been, taught well under the tutelage of his father, as he now faces a tough opponent who just beat SKIT. This is going to be a really, really interesting battle between Second Baby and Juan. I mean, we see what happens. We know Second Baby has a Rika available. You said he's done a lot better with the Chiwu. He's got a Ragdoll. We know he likes Gianna, Savannah. He says he likes. We haven't seen it yet, though.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm imagining Second Baby just going to his dad and being like, "Hey, Dad, I feel like I'm really struggling without Gianna right now. Can you buy me a Gianna? Can you buy me a Gianna, Dad?" And he has it. That's how he makes it here. Buy me a Gianna, Dad. Buy me a Ragdoll.
And he's got the Ragdoll already, so we'll see how these two are going to match up in this one. I mean, the Ragdoll is another crossover between them. Juan, though, we did see the Pater. That might be a difference maker in this one. We'll see exactly. It's going to be a Ganymede and Sekhmet. Now, Sekhmet, this is a targeted ban against Juan. We know he really likes that Fire Desert Queen.
Yeah, that's a really good point that you bring up, because Sekhmet is not the most common pre-ban, so to say. And even given Juan's monster box, we know that this guy has so much LD diversity, and he chose Sekhmet over all of those units, showing why through the Tarnus pick.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a really interesting, and it is going to be Ragdoll and Vivachel up as the first two for Juan, and then Molong, the Water Panda, up here for. It says beat. I keep wanting to say beat because I'm reading it in Korean. it's Second Baby.
Yeah, Second Baby with the Molong pick, which is going to be a potential combo setting up for Bulwark. It could even be an Icarus if he chooses to do so. But no, it's going to be Harmonia.
Harmonia.
Wow. This is a very old school traditional comp that we're looking at, but I remember I was talking with one of the Korean casters before, and they were talking about how in Korea, Molong has been really trending in the meta, because especially with artifacts, it's incredibly difficult to take him down given how much health pool you can put on this guy. So I'm really looking forward to see how well this guy can introduce Molong to the rest of the world, as we see Vigor and Nephthys. The draft has so much armor break on the side of Juan right now.
Yeah, it is a really, really scary comp. A lot of damage. Oh, there's everything in this comp. There's buffs, there's support, there's debuffs, and there's that Icarus. We've been wondering when we were gonna see it. Finally, it comes through for Second Baby along with Bolvark.
Yeah, and that Bolvark pick is an excellent pick into Vigor, as well as Vivashell, as we see the almost full Dark team coming out. Mi Ying, the Dark Panda. This guy is an absolute powerhouse if he can get the armor breaks to stick. However, there is no attack buff, so his usefulness is going to be rather limited, especially into defense buff Tarnus. So whether or not this Mi Ying works or not, that is what we're going to be focusing on here. As Bolvark gets banned out, he does not want to deal with that.
Yeah, I mean, those Lightning Emperors are so scary. We've seen it time and again where if they're given the opportunity, they absolutely run roughshod over a team. Buffing up from the Vigor, moving over to Vivachel here, and she's just going to use her skill 1, as there isn't really the right timing just yet for her to go through those other ones. We do get the sleep, though, from Harmonia.
Yeah, so right now, he's just going to go ahead and choose one monster to nuke because it's going to die no matter what. This combo cannot fail. And now Tarnus doesn't even need to hit the Panda. Oh, okay, well, he is going for it. I do find that a bit questionable. I guess he might not skill 3, or, you know, he was expecting the Panda to potentially heal up here. So it could be big IQ plays coming out as Panda thinking about going for the damage here, but doesn't heal enough.
Yeah, it does get an armor break, though, so that is going to do a lot of damage to Tyrannus. He is feeling it. Now we do finish off Panda on Panda action. Tyrannus going to use his ability there to come on back. The revive is through.
Now skill 3, this is going to be huge efficiency coming out because all of that damage he just did is coming right back at him.
All right, there we go, and now over to the Vigor. It is the Shred, and nothing really doing there. We don't get the proc, and he does get a different kind of proc though, and gets the buffs back up.
I think that's actually the first time I've seen Vigor not land his armor break.
It's pretty rare that it doesn't happen, but I guess that that Panda must be pretty resistant. You would imagine he's pretty tanky to begin with.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Molong now, he's just going to lay out the armor break, or at least attempt to. Vivashell does have the skill 3, going to be able to get that Tarnus down real low. He is within killing range from a Vigor crit, but the Soul Protection comes out just in time.
Yep, no problems now for Tyrannus. He's bought himself a bit of time here if he so chooses. Going to transfer over into Druid, and they're still going to focus it down. You get the heal debuff on there as well from Vigor, doing a bit more damage, getting him low enough, and you're going to finish it off, proc that ability, and now he's back, and now you're going to get Harmonious heal and immunity through.
Yeah, Ragdoll's proccing a lot throughout the match. However, the Tarnus just keeps coming back and back. And you can see HWAN, he's really desperately trying to take out this Tarnus. And Second Baby, on the other hand, is trying to get the skill 3s back up. And these stuns are definitely going to buy him some time.
Yeah, here we go. Some decent, not great damage on the Vigor there. And now you're able to do the cleanse and get your Vivachel going here. And the Shred comes through, and there we go. Now there's that armor break we're so used to seeing from Vigor.
Yeah, this Ragdoll, if he procs right now, that is going to be a dead Tarnus, and the passive is down. So HWAN, if there's a time to proc, now would be the chance, but he doesn't get it. And now the Vigor trying to crit it down. I believe Vivashell is definitely going to kill that thing.
Yeah, there you go. So the Tyrannus, after much work, is finally down. Now you're looking at Molong for the bulk of your damage here, as there is a ton of sustain available for Second Baby, but is that going to be enough against a Ragdoll?
So Molong right now, he's got skill 3 up next turn. The Icarus has it up as well. He wants to be syncing those two together. And right now, HWAN is really trying to reduce the HP of Molong to make that Reckless Assault coming out not as big of a threat. However, Harmonia going to be there to reduce the HP of Ragdoll. I believe that is going to be a skill 3 coming out, but it lives. And now Vivashell gets the sleep! Wow!
Oh my goodness, the huge sleep coming down.
Huge, times 3, times 5. That is the biggest sleep I've ever seen, as now Ragdoll going to completely snowball off that. This skill 2 is going to come out, and it's going to snipe a unit. I cannot express enough how big that sleep was.
Just incredible. It's going to finish off the Icarus and Harmonia. Not a lot of options. She gets a sleep of her own. Now we get the Molong coming through. He does finish off the Ragdoll, so there's still hope here for Second Baby.
I mean, I would doubt that, honestly, unless the Molong is proccing a lot, because Vigor and Vivashell has a much better late game than Molong and Harmonia. He really wants the armor breaks to be landing into the skill 2 because that is his biggest damage. However, Vigor just gonna proc.
These sleeps are so brutal. There's an armor break onto Molong. Now it's not looking so good, and Vivachel hits hard, and that is going to force SECONDBABY to tap out. HWAN is able to come through in game number 1.
Yeah, so I gotta actually give props to SECONDBABY there. I liked his strategy. He had a clear mind coming into this. He was not influenced by whatever HWAN was doing at all. He knew, I'm gonna take Taranis, and then I'm gonna go with the Molong cheese type of team to get that, victory on turn 1 when he doesn't expect it and when he doesn't have a counter for it. But the proc was too huge.
Yeah, it's just incredible. I mean, HWAN getting some big moments in for himself. But yeah, it seemed pretty balanced. I mean, it kind of came down to, a few big moments there, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely big moments. We're talking about Molong really needing to sync that skill 3 with the Icarus there. And once that sync was broken, the match was over.
All right, well, game number 2 is going to be underway. You can see there was the last bound pre-bans. You can't do the same pre-bans in a row. So it is going to be, this time, Savannah being banned out. That's another targeted ban here. We know that SECONDBABY has said that he really likes Savannah. And then Ragdoll, of course, scary, scary, scary.
Yeah, I mean, Ragdoll being banned out here by SECONDBABY, although he has a Ragdoll himself, because HWAN is getting that first pick and he does not want to deal with it.
All right, first pick around HWAN. Vivachel really looks really powerful for HWAN. And then over to SECONDBABY, Sierra Gianna.
Yeah.
Quick, are we just going to lock it in?
Of course, Sierra Gianna, always one of the best duos in the game. He is taking it out, though, because he realizes that he does not need to commit to those two yet, but he's definitely going to pick them out later on, most likely, because they are so strong.
Okay. Ganny going to be first then, and the second one's up is going to be Molong again.
Wow, really? Again? I would not really expect that coming in here because, first of all, he doesn't have Tarnis, right? And the fact that he's going with the Molong again, although it did not work last game, does seem very, very bold coming out of SECONDBABY here, as now he follows up with the Gianna we saw earlier into an Hathor.
All right, Gianna Hathor, and it was a Sekhmet there, and Pater, the Dark Druid. So we have 2 Druids over for HWAN right now. Fifth and final pick. Lining up now for HWAN and Ileana.
Yeah, I mean, based on the draft coming out of HWAN, we can clearly tell that he does not want to deal with Gianna, or he's confident in the speed of the segment to reset the Gianna. As we see another response to all the buffs coming out on the side of HWAN, I really like SECONDBABY. He's got a very sharp eye for the draft phases, and it's also going to be a great combo with the Molong.
Okay. Last time it was Bolvark who was banned out for SECONDBABY, and Neftis is not available this go around. No Neftis pick was our ban in the post 1 onto HWAN. So, what are we going for between these 2 players, Tyrannus and Ganymede?
Yeah, I mean, Ganny not being there, it does prevent the Hathor from being able to be as devastating once she gets that skill 3 off, right? And Tarnis being out really makes a lot of sense here because he wants the Molong Bolvar combo to actually do some work.
Okay, here we go. We'll find out if it goes. Critical error. Oh, the quad stun. Big time delayed promise going to follow up as well. Sleeps are all the way around, although it does come off now, as it is Pater. It is passive procs, and then he's going to go for the immunity.
Yeah, this is why Pater's OP, by the way. He's the only unit that can turn that situation around, because any other situation, and this would have been really, really bad. And now Bolberg just going to go ahead and set things up for Molong. All he needs to do is put a spoon on top of a finished table, and there's Vivachel down.
Yeah, who know that parasols could do so much damage? Molong showing us that they can. Yeah. Ileana lands the glancing, a couple different glancings there with her skill 1. And she did proc here. Sekhmet's going to go for that AoE, a lot of armor breakthrough. And now the bomb being planted on Ileana.
Yeah, the problem right now is that HWAN, he just exhausted the skill 2 from Sekhmet, and that's what he needs to enable this pattern to carry. All of his skills are down right now. Ileana most likely going to want to cleanse that thing. Wow, okay.
Well, she wants to get Pater. She went for the, and he's going to proc off of it and finish off the Panda there.
I don't know why he didn't cleanse himself there. Like, I get that he wants to kill, but it's not like there was sustain on the side of SECONDBABY anyways, and I feel like not taking that bomb was the more important thing here. He can just go ahead and lay another bomb on Ileana right now because she cannot cleanse any of the bombs whatsoever at this point. If she procced, she would have died.
Yeah, now you do have the Pater cleanse there, so it's not the end of the world. There is some damage. and you get a little bit of attack decrease. Nothing too crazy just yet.
The
Critical
stuns.
air stuns all three coming through. Now there is that passive again though, being procced from the Pater.
Yeah, this is why Gianna is one of the most broken monsters in the game. She is always useful throughout the match. She's got a bomb just like Sierra, and she just makes this pattern hurt so much.
Yeah, it is really crazy. Bomb coming down once again, and Ileana is still okay, barely surviving this for now. Gets an additional turn, comes through, gets a stun onto Gianna.
That stun is unbelievably huge. Missing a turn on the bomb cycling is going to really put a dent in SECONDBABY here. And the procs on the Patterman, he keeps procking and he's got skill 2-3 up every single turn.
Okay, we have a skill 3 available. Really thinking about it for Ileana. Yeah, you're going to go for the Neostone Field. Up is the invincibility, makes it herself using the target ability, and then some critical damage. Still trying to whittle down the Gianna, and Hathor still trying to do what she can. Not a lot of options available, and now the strip is up though.
Yeah, I really don't know about that play. That play only works if he lands a heal block here, which fortunately he does. It was absolutely crucial that he lands that because he needs to kill Gianna before it's too late. Now, Bolverk, he's got the damage, but no heal.
Okay, and we have the secondary ability for the briefing, and it's going to be used onto Sekhmet. Sekhmet skill 3 going to be used onto Hathor.
Big damage coming! Okay, it's good enough. Okay.
It's okay, not bad.
Not a crit damage segment, that's for sure.
Definitely not. Bomb now onto Sekhmet, as we are going to do a little bit more damage from Gianna. Pater going to get another stun onto Gianna. He is procking.
Keep in mind, those were some really interaction between the players just now. It was a bit of a mind game between Gianna skill 3 and Pater skill 3. I really like that Juan chose not to cleanse here. Unfortunately, those segment procs and she dies.
Oof, yeah, not the ideal time for that proc. And it is Ileana still being whittled down.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it
Gianna
doesn't matter
gone.
because Pater never needs to do skill 3. It doesn't matter if he sleeps. He's going to constantly be woken up. And we are looking at Pater. He's going to look to 1v2 this one. And I believe in him because the downside of Bolberg is he is super weak late game if there are no units to enable him. And this looks like Juan just may take it 2-0.
Yeah, it really is going to be fascinating. I mean, you're just trying to get something going, and because of that passive, it doesn't matter too much if that sleep procs. You're just trying to get all the damage you can in. The Pater continues to go down, and Hathor out. Bolvark versus Pater, it's going to take something crazy.
Yeah, and the worst part is, this guy has self-sustained. This Pater came in so clutch throughout the match, right? He was getting all the procs at the right moment, so he had the skills up when he needed them, and that snowballed the match into Juan's favor.
Just incredible stuff there. Juan, with our first 2-0 of the day. No one had gotten a 2-0 yet. That is the first one over SECONDBABY, but I mean, you got to give SECONDBABY a lot of credit here. He beat LUCKYGOD to get to this. He accomplished his goal. He said he wanted to win one match in this SWC prelims. He did it. He still has another chance tomorrow in the losers bracket. He moves directly on to the second round of the losers bracket even, so giving himself a better chance, and depending on what happens, he might end up facing off against SKIT, even if SKIT can win that very first game of the losers quarterfinals tomorrow. But yeah, I think you said you were really impressed with, let's go back to SECONDBABY. You mentioned this. You were impressed with his composure in the pick ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, I think this guy, he prepared so much coming into this. I believe the Molong pick was specifically used against Juan here. I doubt he would have done that against other players. And that's because the combo of Molong and another nuker such as Icarus and Bolverk, it is a very strong way to deal with these powerhouse light dark picks, as we saw him sniping one by one. Unfortunately though, in the late game, they didn't really pay off.
Yeah, it was a tough run there for SECONDBABY. Juan comes through as your victor. He moves on to the finals for the winners round. That's coming up in a couple matches. We find out next who his opponent's going to be, as we see JUJU going up against CHARMI next. And right now, Juan, man, these light darks, he is stacked. He is stacked, bro. This is crazy.
Well, what can you ban against him? Just gotta ban Juan. Nothing else works on this guy. You ban Ragdoll, he's got freaking Patter and all that stuff. We talk about Gianna Hathor combo being OP. Well, Patter's there and he just makes it useless.
Yeah, he absolutely does. I mean, the cleanse, the passive, the immunity, everything there for him. It's crazy what that Dark Druid can do against those wombo combos that you see. I mean, again, yeah, Gani Hathor, the idyllic combo, the one that everybody everybody talks about don't let your opponent have. Well, but if you have the painters, that maybe doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, that's why he is also one of the most OP units, and it's really good for Juan that he has all these things because the players coming up against him, they can't really take those away from him.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really challenging for anybody coming up against him. It feels like so strong right now is Juan into the finals. We have up next CHARMI and JUJU. We'll be back after a short break, guys.
Street fighters have entered Summoner's War. Unleash a new world of adventure. Summoner's War.
昇竜拳
Event bonus. Get Ken for free. fighters have entered Summoner's War. Unleash a new world of adventure. Summoner's War.
昇竜拳
Event bonus. Get Ken for free.
We are back. SWC 2020, the Korea preliminaries. We are on to the last semifinal before we find out who is going to go on to our winners round finals. First up, though, we got to do JUJU versus CHARMI. They both came through with 2-1 victories in their respective matches. JUJU over CRAZYMON and CHARMI over PRIMA.
Yeah, so earlier we did get to see a bit of JUJU playing, and he was one of the only few players here who actually uses Artemio, because I'm assuming not many other players have it. And we saw how devastating it could be, especially the way he drafts. He likes to combo with, like, you know, defense buffers, Amelia, Taranis. So we may be seeing Taranis being a heavily contested pick here.
Yeah, absolutely. That could very well be the case. Juno, both of them have used it to success. JUJU in game number 3 of his match, and then CHARMI in game number 2. So there's potential. We did see the Miho come out of CHARMI, so a lot of interesting stuff. And there's that Leo that CHARMI seems to like if given the opportunity to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, that's like his cheese last pick, so to say. It shuts down whatever Barbaras that comes in, and not only that, it also makes Scanny Hathor weaker, so I really do like that, you know, hidden card from him, so to say. And we see that this guy is also a bit diverse in his DPS picks. He's the only guy that is confident enough to pick a Miho, like, literally as a third pick.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. He is kind of all over the place with his picks. I mean, when I look down the line, the only thing that really stuck out as kind of being similar is Ganny Chiwoo. That's about the only thing that he picked kind of the same 2 times. And Leo, he picked twice as well. But, I mean, other than that, he was kind of all over the board in his order. He picked Vigor, but the Vigor's being picked all over the place because he's so strong in the meta right now. And this game is going to kick off. JUJU versus CHARMI, the second match of the semifinals. And then one of these two gets to go up against HWAN, who looks to be very tough right now.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see the pre-bans, we talked about Taranis, we talked about Artemio. There are so many things that can be banned to make JUJU's team comp weaker. And now if you're JUJU looking at CHARMI, you're definitely looking at so many different units that I wouldn't even know what to ban. Maybe Nephthys.
Yeah, maybe Nephthys, Woonsa. It's a hard pick for sure. There's just a lot available that they can both take away from each other. It's going to be really fascinating to see what they want to do, and they're really, really taking some time to think. Just get rid of this combo. Just bye-bye Hathor Ganny.
Yeah, that was a really interesting interaction, because I believe what CHARMI wanted to do there was ban the Ganny and take the Hathor first pick, but it's going to be banned out. These players are saying we have seen these two enough throughout the tournament, and we see CHARMI. He's saying, the Taranis, I know you like this unit. It's super strong with Artemio and all that, so I'm just going to take it.
Yeah, absolutely a smart pickup right away. Sekhmet getting a lot of use here today, as we've seen her be pretty useful against some of these units. And then it is going to be Vigor as the second monster being picked up for our boy JUJU. And then we have Molong right away, and then Akaris right. Wow, just he was no hesitation there from CHARMI.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this happen before, and Molong so far does have a 0% win rate, so it is a very brave move coming out of CHARMI. These players are really trusting in this combo a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really fascinating to watch this. like I said, I'd seen Akari's a lot, and it wasn't necessarily in the highest ranks, but now it is definitely coming out again.
Oh!
And there's Mephisto.
Okay.
All right. And then Leica behind that.
So he is really shutting out the possibility of this Tarnus being useful as he puts in the first Mephisto that we're going to be seeing. And keep in mind, he's only going to get stronger as units die around him. So it does make sense as a way to kind of deal with the Molong Icarus, so to say, if it's going to be doing heavy damage, as we see Juno coming in again. Whether Juno will work or not into Leica and Vigor, we shall see, as Nephthys is going to round out the team for CHARMI.
Yeah, I think CHARMI trolling us a little a little bit there with the Mina pick. And he switches over to Juno. Nephthys, it makes a little more sense there. And then Perna. Are we going to see our first Perna of the APAC?
Why? Why though? That's so anti-synergetic. Perna and Mephisto? What is this?
I think he assumed it was going to get banned.
I don't
Maybe?
know, but if Perna dies, then she's a goner. So this is a very mixed match of draft right now. I can't really logically explain what's going on. All I know is it's going to be fun.
Yeah, this should be a really, really interesting one. Coming through here for game number 1. The first time we're seeing Mephisto get through. He usually gets banned whenever he's picked up just because he's so annoying against those revives. And now we'll find out, but Sekhmet going to be up first. Where do we go? We are going to go for that charming voice. We're going to strip it and get the immunity back over her way.
Yeah, he absolutely wanted to reset the damage here, not the Tarnus, because he does not need to worry about the unit at all. However, he does need to worry about the Perna going down, right, as Tarnus just going to be able to finish it off with the skill 2. He doesn't even need to touch it anymore because the dot is there.
Yeah, absolutely. It is basically in trouble at this point. Now he gets to go again. Does Tyrannus. We're going to get Forest of the Living here. Get the soul protection on the Molong. And, of course, that defense buff and can't revive.
I just love it when players pick 2 units.
How often do you get to see that symbol come up? Can't revive.
Yeah, 2 units that just does not work with each other at all whatsoever, as Sekhmet really attempting to land the skill 2 on these units. And now, CHARMI, he's just sitting there, you know, lagging along with us, landing big stuns, as you said.
Yeah, man, it's a little feels bad, man, right now for poor JUJU. I'm just a little, I'm confused with you, man, about that Perna pickup. I'm not too sure. All right, the Justice comes in, trying to do something about this Tyrannus. Of course, you know, the Mephisto, you know, his passive does affect Tyrannus as well, so it is kind of a big deal. Now, there is the armor break onto Leica now. He's taking some serious damage himself.
Yeah, I mean, that Juno with the triple hit kind of making Leica's passive not as good. She is really effective at whittling him down. Is this Leica on Violent? He would need a proc there, but he doesn't get it.
Yeah, nope, not going to come through now. Molong isn't able to finish the job just yet. We do get the Twister, and we get a decent amount of damage, but nothing too substantial.
Bye-bye, Leica.
Yeah, now we're going to get it. That's all you needed to wait was for the Juno.
Yeah, I guess what we learned from this match is don't pick Mephisto and Perna together, guys. It doesn't work.
It just doesn't seem to be fine. The rest of the ideas seem to be okay, but the Perna was an insta loss. It went down quicker than you could say the name Perna, and we are finding out why, as now we're starting to work out the Mephisto. The defense break on there, the stun just to put salt in the wound here, trying to get something going with that AoE, and it's just going to finally cause JUJU to tap out.
Yeah, alright, so JUJU, he probably was just buying time at the end there to figure out, okay, maybe not the smartest draft by me. I'm gonna have to completely switch it around next time. Definitely don't pick units that kind of literally counter each other, and he's gonna have to... Yep.
Sorry to cut you off.
No, it's fine.
So when I think about it, because I don't know, I'm just as confused as you. Was he trying to just hope that he could get the Perna to just nuke down the Tyrannus fast and then go from there? I don't know.
I mean, Perna is a great unit at dealing with like this Molong. You know, I go one turn and nuke one and I'm useless for the rest of the game. Perna is really strong into that. However, when you lock in a Mephisto earlier, I can't advise that it's the smartest thing to go with the Perna afterwards. So I kind of feel like he tunnel visioned.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it. Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to get at. I'm trying to justify the idea in my head, and I'm like, well, what is he thinking? And that's what I was trying to figure out. So it is going to be Barbara and Hathor. So Hathor again, but this time it's going to be CHARMI that bans the Wind Desert Queen, and then Barbara, our Water Beast Rider, sitting out for this match.
Yeah, so Ganny, a very high contested pick, is up for grabs on the side of JUJU right now if he chooses to go for it, or he can choose to take away one of CHARMI's units. He says, I like Ganny.
All right, Ganny, yep, it's pretty typical. Tyrannus, again, so popular here today. He's so useful, so versatile in so many different ways. And then what's going to follow up this time? Last time, you know, it was Tyrannus as the first pick, so we had to wait. Oh, he's rethinking it, though. Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, he has the time right now. 7 seconds. It may seem like a little, but come on, these players are thinking at the speed of a 50 billion comps in a millisecond as he switches it over to Sierra and Wunza. Very aggressive.
Yeah, really aggressive pick here from CHARMI, looking to just seal the deal in game number 2. He's already got 1 win, just needs 1 more to face off against HWAN in the finals. We'll see if he can get it to go. And then, where are we going to follow up behind this? Chiwu Savannah going to be coming out for JUJU. That is I love this combo. Chiwu Savannah, so fast, and one way or another, if they have the immunity up, you can use your skill 2 with Savannah to strip, and then wait for the AoE strip from Chiwu to go for your skill 3 of Savannah.
Yeah, this is absolutely the right combo you want to have if you're a Chiwu user. Once they go off, they're super devastating, as you said, which is why we're going to be seeing a Leo response, a very good answer to Chiwu Savannah, as well as Miho again. Very early pick by him to deal with Savannah. He's saying, hey, I'm going to use my Miho to solo carry. She's my backup if anything goes wrong. As we do see the Nephthys come out, this unit does hinder the Miho. However, Sierra not being available is going to make it hard for him to decide the last pick to deal with Miho, or he may even ban it. Okay, I think this could be a Miho ban.
Yeah, a Triana coming through. He might just have to go for it. Juno, so we might have double Oracles coming in here potentially if as you predict, that we do get the Miho ban.
I think Leo ban is also very crucial too, though. However, I think Leo ban is more important than Miho, so I would say banning Leo is correct here. However, JUJU gotta watch out because he doesn't have the most consistent of ways to deal with the Miho pick. And oh, I am completely wrong across the board. Juno being banned out because Nephthys gives too much debuffs to Juno and he didn't want the healing around. However, you are enabling a Leo when you have picked Chiwu Savannah as your main threat. Is that really gonna work? I'm not sure. I feel like Mio's just gonna take over here.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways this could go sideways for JUJU in this one. I feel like Miho tilting as heck, and especially, you know, that critical link, the skill 2 for Savannah, it's not really all that useful against Miho. So it is going to be Leo up first. He's going to use the Torrent, do a bit of damage to Ganymede, and then over to Wunza, who's got some options.
Yeah, I mean, he might as well just do skill 3 for damage if he chooses to, because it's not like he's going to get too much crazy efficiency out of his turn. Went for the sleep, did not get it. And now Chiwu, if you go for the AoE, the Miho might punch you back.
Yeah, he does go for it. The Miho does punch back. He gets the stun on top of it just to make matters worse. Now, the door is open for the Savannah skill number 3, and we are going to go for it. We are going to get Death Break on 3 of them, not on Wunza, though.
This needs to land. It's crucial. Okay, that is exactly what CHARMI was hoping for there. Had that not landed, that would have been an actual catastrophe, as Triana does not proc out.
Oh boy. All right, and we do have that nice little speed buff as well that Savannah gives you on top of it. Seal Magic on to Leo. And that's going to be setting him back a bit. Resistance there, and over to Wunza.
I'm very surprised that he didn't ventilate the Savannah there, because getting that skill 3 off again before she goes out of the Beast Rider form, I feel was definitely the right move. And the problem is, even with the speed buff from the Savannah, Leo negates that. So JUJU just in a really awful spot right now. As we noticed right from the draft, this team did not have what it takes to deal with Miho and Leo, so I wonder why he didn't ban one of them.
Yeah, it is just falling apart. The 2 of those are doing all the work right now, and it is all but over. Indeed, it is going to be CHARMI taking game number 2 and taking the set against JUJU. Match over, so we will have a finals. It will be HWAN versus CHARMI, and JUJU, again, still alive, has a chance tomorrow, moves right on to the semifinals tomorrow, and then it'll be whoever loses between HWAN and CHARMI going straight to the losers finals. So big win here for CHARMI, and our semis were both 2-0s.
Yeah, I mean, we got to give props to CHARMI, right? He's kind of like the buru of Korea, so to say. He's the guy trying out things that other players don't do. He's got his own style. And this time when he did pick the Miho, he also synergized it with the Sierra pick ahead of time so that the opponent can't just pick Sierra. And I think that strategy is what ultimately locked him this victory.
Yeah, a really, really smart play here by CHARMI, really just kind of working around his opponent's strength and just knocking his feet out from under him, just tripping him up. And Miho is, kind of a lot of people troll about it, but she's really useful if you set her up properly.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at CHARMI's draft, there was like no threat on the side of JUJU whatsoever, right? Like we said, the only threat was Chiwoo Savannah, and that gets countered by Leo. And then there's Miho as well to kind of deal with that Savannah crit. So really, really well thought out by him on the draft.
Yeah, absolutely really good stuff from CHARMI, and that's why he takes it 2-0 over JUJU. And then, again, it's going to be really fascinating tomorrow to see some of these losers finals because, again, you've got SKIT against LUCKYGOD to start the day out. That's a crazy... I mean, I got to admit it here. I'm pretty sure those are the two I picked in the event to go. So not feeling so good about those picks myself, but that's going to be a huge matchup tomorrow. I mean, CRAZYMON versus PRIMA then, and some really good players. Again, upsets all over the place.
Absolutely. Like we've been talking about it, when there's a diverse meta like this, it doesn't just favor one player. Everyone has a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, we are going to take another break. A code coming at your way once again, of course. We've got one more after the finals for you, so definitely don't want to miss that. But more importantly, a great finals coming up. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
Street fighters have entered Summoner's War. Unleash a new world of adventure. Summoner's War.
昇竜拳
Event bonus. Get Ken for free.
side, see no limit now. You like what you see, lost in modern life. Then get on with this adventure. Get into this game with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, go. Hey, I've been looking for ya. Yes, I've been searching for ya. Sing with me now, say oh, 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 oh. Trust in me when I tell ya. Wicked if I was in ya. Sing with me now, say oh, 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 oh. Hey, I've been looking for ya. Yes, I've been searching for ya. Sing with me now, say oh, 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 oh. Trust in me when I tell ya. Wicked if I was in ya. Sing with me now, say oh, 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 oh. Hey, I've been looking for ya. Yes, I've been searching for ya.
Hello, Summoner. Hello, Summoner.
Hi, Summoners.
Street fighters have entered Summoner's War. Unleash a new world of adventure. Summoner's War.
昇竜拳
Even bonus. Get Ken for free.
The winners round finals coming at you. HWAN versus CHARMI here at the Korea prelims for Summoner's War Championship 2020. Paper Thin and Peter back again to bring you the last match of the day. This should be really, really fascinating. HWAN with these strong mons that he has versus CHARMI, who is a very smart player.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how HWAN has the strongest monster box potentially. He's got so much diverse team comps that he can go. We saw him, he really likes that Viva Shell, and I believe CHARMI's probably going to adapt around that, maybe go for a Tarnus, and yeah, I mean, it's going to be a really exciting matchup.
Yeah, really, really curious about this. You can see Tarnus probably going to be a contested pick here for sure between these two guys. Doesn't seem like some of these, what's interesting about CHARMI is he was the one doing a lot of the Chiwoo stuff. He was doing Chiwoo Ganny a lot in his first match of the day, and then in the next one against JUJU, he abandoned it, went for very, very different styles, still able to come out with a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, I mean, CHARMI is the guy we're looking at in terms of unexpectedness today, and I believe that's what it takes to beat someone who has such a monster box advantage over you, and I'm truly rooting on CHARMI here to potentially take even a 2-0 here. I know this man can do it.
I'm really, really interested to see if CHARMI's got it for us. Again, he does have that Wunsa available as well. His bans have been quite interesting. Hasn't banned the same mon twice as CHARMI. He has banned Han, Molly, Wunsa, because PRIMA also had Wunsa. Ganny, and Hathor. So nothing the same for him so far. Juan banned Ganny, Savannah, and then against SECONDBABY, and then his first match against SKIT, he had banned Ganny, Tianlong, because he had that Ganny. So Ganny seems to be something that Juan not really interested in facing as we get ready for game number 1 of the winners finals, Juan versus CHARMI.
Yep, speaking of Ganny, he does have the ability to first pick it here away from CHARMI if he chooses to. And now we're seeing a very interesting pre-ban pattern, of course, because this unit has been absolutely dominant for Juan, and then the Icarus ban.
Yeah, really fascinating. That one's been pretty powerful for CHARMI when he's decided to pull it out. Ragdoll first pick for Juan. Easy one for him to lock in. Then Hathor, Ganny available because neither of them banned this go around.
All right, so we're seeing a Akrama. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Jaeger here. This is the duo that we saw earlier as a response to Ganny Hathor from Juan.
Yeah, it worked well.
Oh, we're seeing the same thing again. It's Vigor and Tessarian. CHARMI watched and learned that this is the way to deal with Juan's comp, and I agree with him, man. Yeah,
it worked well, exactly. We saw this work to perfection for SKIT. Now it's coming around again, and this time, though, a little bit of a mix-up here as we have Fran and Vivachel. So instead of Falarian, we're going to switch Vivachel in there.
Yeah, I mean, Vivachel, this has been super popular for Juan. I feel like this is his favorite monster ever because he's like the only one that's really using it every single match. As we see the Miho once again, Juan's just going to say, I don't want to deal with that unit. That unit can get me unnecessary losses. And it's a Fran ban and Miho.
All right, Fran out this go around. Once again, same ban as what SKIT banned. So having similar reads between those two. Ooh, sleep right off the gate.
Yeah, now Ganny can just go ahead and reset the Vivachel here. No skill 3 and no skill 2. That's going to be really huge for CHARMI.
Okay, and then the buff from Vigor over to Tessarian. Blasting away. Nothing really doing with that one, though. And there is the counter there from Jaeger.
Yeah, I really like that he saved Armor Break there. He recognizes that there's no point in going for Vivachel. I just reset her, so I need to save the skills that matter. And now this revenge coming out of Tessarian. So scary.
Yeah, this is really interesting. This time around, things going a bit better so far for Juan. We're just going to reset there and go forward with Vigor. And he got the benefit of the Ganny this time around. And
I would say heal here. That's
heal.
The safe play. I mean, he could try to kill. I don't know how much damage that thing's going to do as another sleep at a crucial moment out of Vivachel.
Huge stuff from the Vivachel. This one all over the place. Now there is the armor break onto the Jaeger. And there's an additional turn. Seal the magic. Trying to get it done. There is the counter. And now a little bit more damage being done. Akroma starting to go to town. But we do have the delay. It is up, and we're gonna get any sleeps out of this.
And now the Jaeger looking really unhealthy with the armor break on him. Tessarian is going to be able to kill him if he does land the crit. Akrama's passive coming in to save Jaeger big time here, as now Ganny can potentially choose to ventilate Hathor, you know, getting that control going once again.
Yeah, so this time things a little bit different, and we see, again, you could just go for this again, the delayed promise. We could just go for it if we feel it. And no, she's just going to go for that skill 1 this time.
Yeah, I like his play. I feel like it's very safe and efficient out of him. As we see the Tessarian being worked down on, but the buff to Tessarian that we saw previously to him getting more tankiness, right? He has damage reduction, and we can see it paying off big time here. He tries to go for the Oblivion, doesn't get it, and another counter!
There we go. Now he's going to get the Oblivion, and down goes Jaeger now. Are we going to this time feel like it's time for delayed promise or
no? I would
skill
say
1 again?
Yeah, I would say save. And now Vigor does have armor break, and Tessarian's following up in a perfect synchronization here as he just refreshes into another seal magic. Things are looking so good for CHARMI. This strategy once again working out.
Yeah, it is a huge counter to what Juan wanted to do, and it just doesn't seem to work out. And you could keep ventilating this Vigor all day, and he just keeps things going and going, living up to his name. Delayed promise coming through. It doesn't really matter too much on Akroma, as she can just use that passive to get resisted.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that he can do on Akroma as far as, you know, Ganny Hathor stuff goes, but he does have the raw DPS to pull through, and this Vivachel has been sleeping throughout the whole match, getting a bit of karma for what she's been doing to his opponents.
Yeah, it's her turn this go around, and we're going to need this Akroma to do something, but there isn't a lot it can do with vigor, keeping everything sustained, and it is going to be the first match going over to CHARMI, learning well from how SKIT took his game off of HWAN.
Yeah, I mean, we see that Tesarian pick. It worked in the first round versus SKIT, right? In the favor of SKIT. And once again, he's led the Tesarian, Vigor, Ganyathor combo through. And it worked against him again. So maybe, HWAN, it's time to switch up your bans.
Yeah, absolutely. He's really keen on trying to get this Akroma Jaeger thing going. It just isn't, you know, these other players are just too smart for it. They're well ahead of it. They've already got it figured out. So he's going to have to kind of role reverse here in the next game, find a different way to come through and beat CHARMI, because CHARMI now 1 win away from moving on to the APAC Regionals.
Yeah, I mean, CHARMI, this is the guy we were talking about. He's the guy that keeps bringing in the unexpected, and it keeps working.
Yeah, he's really got great reads right now. He hasn't lost a game in a while, has CHARMI. He lost the very first one he played against PRIMA. Maybe we could chalk that up to nerves. Since then, he has been undefeated coming into this one. Now, pre-bans Viva Chell, and I think that's Mo Long if my screen.
Yep.
Okay.
That is going to be the Mo Long. So HWAN having a read on his opponent. Mo Long has been getting picked often, and he does not want to deal with it. As he picks up Ragdoll and Tarnus, he's got a lot in terms of dealing with damage. However, the Ganyathor means he might need to go for a Patter, perhaps, you know, a Velojewel in there, and somehow not get CC down like he got in round 1.
Yeah, exactly. Patter, now that he's not banned out, is available, so that makes that Ganner Hathor combo very, very tricky to deal with. Wunsa now just going for some power picks for CHARMI, and what is going to be that final one to round this out?
I would say he needs to bring in something, because if either Ganny or Hathor gets banned, his team comp gets a lot weaker, and something like a Tesarian would work because there's so many passives on the side of HWAN that he could shut down as he switches to the Nephitis. Very interesting.
Okay, and now it is HWAN's turn to rebut as he has a chance. He gets the final pick here. The Tyrannus available this time for HWAN is interesting.
Okay.
And then it's going to be, yeah,
so
Ileana.
This is going to be a Wunsa ban. That's pretty much a no-brainer because he doesn't want to deal with that AoE strip. And CHARMI, I mean, if I was him, I would be very concerned about the patter here. So I would want to ban it out. However, you know you're going against double immunity with Wunsa most likely banned. Things are not looking the best, but I still think patter's the best ban here.
Okay, will that be the case? Ticking down, 4 seconds left. 3, 2, 1, and Ileana and Wunsa. So Wunsa going down for CHARMI and Ileana out for HWAN.
All right then. Well,
I mean, is it just too much debuff? I don't know if that's possible against Pater. I don't know.
I really don't understand why he chose to ban Ileana there because there was triple immunity anyway, so you might as well ban the one that self-cleanses and also cleanses everyone, right? But anyways, we get in. I'm sure CHARMI has something up his mind as he resets the Tarnus right now. He's just going to go ahead and skill 1 with the Ganymede, followed by Vigor. He could try to armor break, but if you read into his team comp right now, there's not really much follow-up.
Yeah, there isn't a lot going on behind it, and now you get the cleanse and the immunity from Pater. Fran now kind of scratching her head. What does she do? Yeah, just goes for that attack break onto Vigor. There isn't really much left that she needs to do with her skill, all of her skills up, and you can save those for later.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Hathor is the only stripper into double immunity, meaning this Vigor is just a healer. This is going to go on for a long time.
Potentially, that could be stun in now on the Ganymede, doing a little bit of damage with the skill 1. Now you have some options for Fran. You're going to use that Fairy Blessing and get the immunity and the attack buff up.
I mean, there's like nothing going on there. Just trading blows one by one. It's skill
Chip.
ones all over the place. Chip, like you said, just chip damage here and there. He really wants to be stacking dots with the Ragdoll because there is no cleanse on the side of CHARMI. As we see Ganymede already at half health as Hathor finally has a chance to once again try to sleep something. Most likely the Fran, but the problem is...
Strip. Ooh.
Yeah.
And then you get a proc on after it from Ragdoll is to put some salt in the wound a bit there. And now you're over to Vigor. And skill 3 up, and he is going to try again to get this Tyrannus, and the armor break does land.
The problem is, oh, that's actually a lot of damage coming out of Nephitis. I do like that one.
Yeah, big damage. Unfortunately, Fran can heal a ton. The power of that Fran, huge. The Ganny stunned and looking hurt, but the door is open I guess, for this, but then there's Pater, so I don't know. Like, it just feels kind of like, okay, you can set all these debuffs. You have tons of them. 2 Desert Queens and Ganny, but what are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, he can go for the skill 2 right now. The Patter does have skill 3. However, with that silence being around, it does mean that he's not going to be able to cleanse here because keep in mind, Patter... Oh my god!
Oh no! No, no, no! He just wrecked your point. You were going to make a good one. Then he was like, nah, Peter, watch. Watch me rock, bro. Just incredible stuff from Pater. That might be the turning point of this match.
I'm just shaking my head in my chair right now because I cannot even emphasize how disgusting that was. That proc completely saving HWAN right now.
Yeah, it was actually looking like the debuff stacking might actually work. You might have got him into a bad corner, but in the end, the proc's too strong. Now we are trying to get something done onto Fran, but the sustain so massive on this team.
Yeah, this game is over. Go next one, please. Because there's not really anything that can be done here. This is what happens when CHARMI, right? You know, he had a Ganny Hathor and he saw the opponent having Patter and Fran. Why would you not draft another stripper? You know, I get that Nephitis is a very strong unit and he even has it ruined really well. But this showing why maybe you shouldn't pick Vigor so early on and rely on it too much, because had that been a Chiwu or something, he would have had a much better shot.
Really interesting point there, and now it is just kind of a matter of time as the chip damage battle has raged on for a bit now, as no one can really get much done against each other with all these buffs up. You're going to try it again, Nephthys. All of those debuffs are landing, and so you have a bit of time now. There is a window, a potential, maybe a last hope for CHARMI.
I doubt it. Honestly, I doubt it. I don't know. He's just buying time right now, I think, to perhaps get some more crits in with the Nephthys, and he's praying for a crit and a kill. But there's a Tarnus there, and he's gonna just bring it back. He knows, and we know it too. So there's the concede.
All right, HWAN coming through, saving his tournament life, and he is going to win that one against CHARMI. So now it's all tied up, 1-1. This is a big one. One game to decide who is going to move on to the 2020 SWC APAC Regional and who has to go and play again tomorrow.
Honestly, at this rate, if this keeps up, I would say HWAN, because this guy needs to hit up a freaking casino tonight. He is landing the sleeps when he needs it. He's proccing on Patter almost every game, and he gets it in the most crucial moments. Everything going in the way of HWAN today, as we see the pre-bans coming out. Patter once again, because obviously that unit, he does not want to deal with it. It was too much last time, as well as Icarus.
All right, yeah, the same bans as game number 1, the same first pick. Ragdoll coming in right away for HWAN. CHARMI's follow-up. Hathor Ganny again. He likes it. It worked the first time. Now you got to really think if you're HWAN, and he is changing it a bit. It is going to be Fran and Jaeger.
Yeah, I mean, he's going with that Vigor again, all right, and he has Nephthys available, so does he want to go with the Nephthys this time? I don't think he will if HWAN picks another immunity here because of how badly it went last game. As we see Josephine, a bit of a shift around with the Mei Hu Wang to deal with the Ganny Hathor.
All right, this is a smart, and then
Oh!
Tsarian hanging out in the back line.
Yeah, this unit has been the spotlight of today. Tsarian really coming in clutch to deal with all these insanely strong passives, and I believe that CHARMI should be banning the Fran, I was gonna say, but alright, banning the Josephine. He doesn't want to deal with the stuns. I think that's a great ban too.
Okay, this is going to be a really fun one. A very unique composition for both of these guys coming into this one. Something we haven't seen a lot today. This Tsarian, though, undefeated so far today, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly. And up first is Hathor.
Yep, he's just going to go for the strip here because he has the Ganny to follow up. Just going to go ahead and reset the Fran, meaning no more immunity. And with the Tsarian, Oblivion, not even the Oblivion. Yep. He's going for the damage onto Fran.
Yeah, that too. It doesn't matter. You're going to get it anyway. The sleep now as well. Sleep now in the fire. Wutsa. And huge stuff coming through. Sleep onto Ragdoll now as well. Ventilating the Hathor over to the Monkey King.
There's the armor break. This is going to be huge. But unfortunately, he didn't proc. He's not going to be able to capitalize off of it as Tsarian just spreading Oblivion all around the board.
Oof. Big oof. Goodbye, Fran. Justice now trying to do something. It's not nearly enough.
Oh.
Sleep again. These sleep procs, man, have been crazy.
Yeah, this Wunsa is on point right now. CHARMI really looking on form. Everything is kept asleep. He's got the Gani Hathor to rotate. He's got Tessarian to deal with it. He's in a great spot.
Oh my goodness. And again, the proc from Tessarian with that armor break and Oblivion that was stunned. Does come down on a Ganymede. Counter coming through, not really hurting. No stun coming through. And Jiwoo this time, or excuse me, Wunsa. Not Jiwoo, that's the other one. Wunsa this time. Nothing much doing, and we're just trying to get something going here for HWAN.
That resistance into a proc. This is just Hail Mary for CHARMI right now. He's getting everything he needs all in a sequence. Things are looking so brutal for HWAN here that I would even say that it's almost impossible for HWAN to come back.
Yeah, HWAN's going to probably try to hold on for some kind of miracle.
Unless Mei Wang. Oh, he needed a proc there. That was a good stun, but there wasn't the follow-up. So right now, while Mei Wang doesn't have Oblivion, and there's a stun on Tessarian, he's got to kill that Tessarian somehow.
Okay, well, he's going to try for it, and a little bit of damage, but that ancient power there to help keep things going, and now we're going to inhale that magic.
Oh, the skill 2, this is going to vamp some life, as well as the damage coming out. He really needed a proc there so badly, just something in the favor going his way here. Unfortunately, it does not happen. This does mean Tessarian's going to get off the crucial Oblivion before he dies.
Okay, here we go. Yep, and Hathor. And we go over to Tessarian. He does get the Oblivion. It does come down. Monkey does finish off Tessarian. The North Star Wisdom gonna finish off the Monkey. And now it is looking desperate, but it is a ragdoll. You never know. Big sleep, though, from Hathor.
Yeah, I would say that skill 3 out of Ganya was actually a really bad play. He should have waited with that because against Ragdoll, you got to be especially careful about the cooldowns. However, Ragdoll, this is on Violent, I believe, and even if he gets the ignore defense off, he's most likely going to die afterwards.
Okay, and the sleep from the delayed promise there once again. Now you have a chance with Wunsa. You're going to use that North Star Wisdom again. Does tons of damage. More damage being done. A sliver of health. Invalid battle info.
Oh. Okay, well.
I think that means CHARMI won.
Right. They try to cheese the win away from CHARMI. They're saying, oh, wait a minute. Oh, come to us. My internet went out. Can we do that?
Yeah. No.
But no, we don't do none of that fishy business here. We keep competitive integrity as CHARMI takes the victory 2-1 over HWAN.
Yeah, really good stuff all around today from CHARMI. Couple big wins over some really tough opponents, and finally someone was able to slay the Goliath that was HWAN.
Yeah, I mean, CHARMI, man, when he first came in, we were talking about his picks and like, I'm not really sure if these picks are going to work though, but it ended up somehow working throughout all the matches, and all the props to him.
Yeah, and I do have to mention this, and I feel like a broken record saying this, Hathor Gani wins again. What are you gonna do? And I get HWAN. I think he felt pretty comfortable trying to go up against it, but it is just such a nutty good combo. Just the synergy going on between those two is insane. We all know it. It's been that way for forever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, but maybe it's time for a nerf on Hathor, maybe. Maybe that unit has been around for too long. Who knows? That's just my opinion. I think that would be good for the game,
I'm gonna have no problem with that. I only have Sekhmet for the Desert Queen, so I have no problems with that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we both Hathorless. We see her, we're like, nerf her, please, nerf her. We don't like her.
Yeah, this is all QQ coming from us.
Yeah.
just saltiness out of the two casters here, but. Man, it was a really fun day in a lot of ways. A little more standard than Japan. I mean, Japan just brings us all kinds of craziness. They brought out Filaria, which we did see early on today, but as the day went on, Filaria kind of fell off. Yeah,
Filaria definitely. HWAN was like, all right, this pick is not working. I'm going to just go ahead and pick a Vivo Shield in there. However, CHARMI was able to secure the 2 wins over HWAN by utilizing Gani Hathor so well.
So congratulations to CHARMI. He moves on to the APAC Regional. And then tomorrow, SKIT versus LUCKYGOD. What an exciting matchup to kick the day off. Can't wait for that. CRAZYMON versus PRIMA. And then the winners of those go on to face SECONDBABY and JUJU. And then HWAN waits as the final boss to find out which player will join CHARMI. Can't wait to see it. It should be really exciting. I mean, today, CHARMI, man, just a great, his destruction of JUJU at 2-0, and it was quick work on that one. Probably the fastest match we had of the day. A lot of 2-1s today here. Really good players.
Yeah, I mean, we summed up Japan last time by saying Japan was just a region packed with all different types of meta. We can't really get a read on them. America was Gany Hathor Oki. And then Korea is not much different. Gany Hathor Vigor.
Down there again, guys, this code looking good. 50 summoning stones and a mystical scroll. And explain this one to us here, Peter.
All right, so honey jam SWC. This is not the jam that you put on your toast and whatnot. It's basically translates into 꿀잼, which means very fun in Korean, which hopefully that's how you feel about this Summoners War broadcast.
Yeah, I really hope you guys enjoyed it. Thanks again for joining us. We had a blast with this one. Really, really exciting day. So many 2-1s today. Japan felt really fast through a lot of 2-0s, but this one much more even, much more balanced. And get yourself a mystical scroll. Good luck on that. Good luck on those summoning stones. I'm pretty sure it's still Bastet Gany in there, so that's what I saved up my summoning stones. I didn't win this time around on that draw, but I was really, really hoping to get one of those. But yeah, there's some good ones available, and really a good day. And again, I'm really enjoying the Street Fighter stuff, but that's neither here nor there.
It's banned, right? You mentioned it's banned.
Yeah, you
for
can't
like 2
use
months.
it in World Arena. Yeah, for a couple months. So there's still some time before we're going to be able to see any of that Street Fighter stuff, and I'm really excited about that. I mean, the Ryus and the Bisons are quite interesting. The Light Darks are. I've seen some videos on. They're absolutely insane.
To be honest, like I don't even know what they do. All I know is they do Hadouken, and that's it. So if they came out, that would be a catastrophe because I wouldn't know. I would need to like read and be like, okay, so this does that. I would need to go and study ASAP.
Well, that's all you need to know when you play regular Street Fighter anyway. It's Hadouken, just the fireballs all over the place. But yeah, some really cool stuff. Like Light Dhalsim is really good for Steel Fortress if you happen to get lucky enough to pick that up. The Dark Dhalsim is nuts. I got him, and I am really excited about that. That passive is good. So anyway, let's table that talk. Any other things you noticed today that are kind of sticking out to you, Peter, as we get ready to close out the day?
I mean, I said it right. I'm just going to put it out honestly. I'm not going to wrap it up, sugarcoat it. America, Gany Hathor something. Korea, Gany Hathor Vigor. I hope, at least tomorrow we're going to see some different strategies maybe.
Yeah, we'll see what goes on. Join us again tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll see you then for more SWC 2020.